Make you work for it.
I'm here. I can. Can you hear me?
We do have members joining us virtually. We'll go and have them indicate who's here virtually as we do our roll call, but we'll start our meeting. Well, actually, we'll start with our roll call. So I'll ask Ms. Medina if you'll do a roll call, board members, please.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present.
Ms. Sandoval?
Present.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Ms. Adigui?
Here.
Mr. Flores?
Present.
Mrs. Haro?
Here. Here. I'm here.
Present and accounted for. We'll open our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance as we do every meeting. At this time, I will ask Mr. Garcia, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you for that. We do have Spanish language translation services available at this meeting for any member of the public that wishes to participate either in public comment or also hearing the meeting in Spanish. So I'll ask Ms. Cynthia Bueno to please, provide our translation services announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy traductora para el distrito y en ciertas ocasiones como hoy seré intérprete. Si gustan escuchar la reunión completa en español, pueden buscarme. Allá atrás tengo unos dispositivos que pueden utilizar para escuchar toda la reunión en español. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mrs. Bueno. Our first item of business today is item 1.3, our adoption of the agenda for this afternoon. We do have a number of recommended amendments to the agenda. Currently, staff is recommending an amendment to item 6.10, our consultant services, to update and to include staff participation and revise the total amount to $6,000. There's a request to withdraw action item 6.18, approval of Converge One proposal to refresh, repair student Chromebooks, and an amendment to our closed session item 10.1, our personnel and public employee appointment item. There's a request to add one certificated coach for Frosh softball, assistant to classified coaches, head volleyball girls, junior varsity football assistant boys, 3 volunteer coaches, softball girls, basketball boys, baseball boys, and the addition of 6 volunteers, 2 at Ritchie Canyon, 2 at Sycamore Hills, and 2 at Zimmerman. Mr. Superintendent, are there any other amendments requested for tonight's agenda? All right. Hearing that, I'll ask if there's a motion to approve the amendments requested for tonight's agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Motion by Board Member Fuentes, a second by Board Member Sandoval. I will ask Ms. Medina, please, for a roll call vote.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda,
Yes. Did you hear me? Yes. I don't hear anything.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Adigi,
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra,
Yes.
and Mr. Flores.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The item is approved unanimously. Those amendments have been incorporated into the agenda. Our next item on the agenda is our school showcase. And today we have students from Grand Terrace High School, and I believe they're with us in board chambers. So I will ask for our student leaders from Grand Terrace High School. I think we actually have our principal who's going to introduce the students and kick off tonight's presentation. So please.
Thank you, and good evening, Board Member Flores, ladies and gentlemen of the board, of Executive Cabinet, and our guests, our esteemed guests. It is with great honor and privilege that I introduce our student leaders of ASB, in particular, Senior Madison Ostraker and Junior Paul Barasa, to present our student showcase today for you.
Good evening, Board President Dan Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Madison Osretkar, and I am a senior in ASB, filling in for our ASB president who has a volleyball game tonight.
Good evening. My name is Paul Barasa. I am ASB Vice President, and we are here tonight to proudly present our Grand Terrace High School showcase in the form of a highlight video. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, it's at the start of Grand Terrace High School school year.
We started off the year with our topical themed orientation. Over the summer, ASB students created luau themed decor items and decorated our cafeteria to welcome our new and returning Titans. Following safety guidelines, GTHS students took their ID and yearbook photos, picked up their schedules, textbooks, and their technology needs. All students received a CJUSD Cares t-shirt, and all incoming freshmen a Titan Pride shirt to welcome them into our Titan family. Student leaders also offered campus tours to our sophomore and freshman students. It was a great way to kick off the new school year and bring the Aloha spirit to GTHS. Our staff also enjoyed a luau-themed return. Staff received leis, enjoyed a colorful fruit and breakfast spread, participated in a professional development training, and received new staff t-shirts. We definitely kicked off the year with positive aloha vibes.
Wow, that was a really good orientation. We started our week of welcome with an all-school luau. As a part of our grand reopening and welcome back, we hosted an all-school luau on the first Friday of the school year. GTHS ASB students arrived early to provide all students and staff with colorful themed leis to set the stage for the day's events. During lunchtime, students and staff enjoyed live Polynesian dancers in our amphitheater. We even welcomed back one of our alumni who performed for us. Students and staff were also invited to the stage to learn and show off their hula dancing skills. All students were provided with either free ice cream in the quad or free slushies in the student store during their lunch. Games and prizes were also available, and the school luau was the perfect way to end the week.
The luau was a great way to say aloha to our students.
This summer, our library got a brand new renovation. Here are some clips of the grand opening.
Over the summer, our library underwent a big transformation. Our library was refurbished with new tables, chairs, flexible seating options, and portable group study whiteboards. It's a beautiful learning space and environment, and we are grateful for its use.
Our campus is so grateful for our new and improved library.
This year marks 10 years of Grand Terrace High School being open.
We celebrated at lunch with a birthday bash.
Can you believe it's been 10 years since Grand Terrace High School opened its doors? To mark this special occasion and milestone, we hosted an all-school birthday celebration during both lunches. Students were encouraged to wear Titan spirit wear, and all students and staff were provided school-colored cupcakes during both lunches. Students took pictures with our mascot and danced in our quad. Our very own Legacy Regiment also joined in the celebration. We sang happy birthday to our mascot and ended the song each lunch with confetti poppers. It was a great day in Titan Town, and we look forward to many more successful years to come.
Happy birthday, GT!
Our next event was Senior Sunrise.
The class of 2022 celebrated the start of their senior year.
We are very lucky to bring back our traditional senior sunrise this year. It was a bright and early morning. Seniors were encouraged to wear their class color of blue and were greeted with fresh Krispy Kreme donuts and breakfast food items. Seniors enjoyed each other's company, took pictures in the amphitheater with their friends, celebrated the start of the senior year together, and created many positive memories.
Our next event was the Fall Rally. The rally was inspired by the Olympics.
Our fall rallies looked a little different this school year. For the first time, we hosted 2 lunchtime fall rallies in our amphitheater. This year's theme was the Olympics. Students were encouraged to wear their class colors and were grateful for the opportunity to celebrate the new school year and fall sports together. Our Legacy Regiment Marching Band, Color Guard, and Cheer kicked off our festivities. Song performed a choreographed routine, and GTHS student Noah Bees wowed the crowd with his Michael Jackson moves. All of our fall sports and varsity athletes were presented to the student body and celebrated. Our rally also included staff versus student dance-offs as seen here. We were impressed with our teachers' moves. We also had a competitive game of musical chairs. We ended our rallies with our traditional countdown of remaining school days per class left in graduation. Needless to say, our school spirit is alive and strong here in Titan Town.
It was an amazing feeling to finally be back at a rally again.
Friday Night Lights also made a return, and we're so excited to be back in the stadium. After over a year of no football games, it felt really good to welcome back our Friday Night Lights. ASB decorated the stadium. Our pep squad led cheers. And our band and color guard brought the pep tunes and hype. Our football players played hard under the direction of our new head football coach, Mr. Justin Randall. We look forward to our Veterans Night home football game tomorrow.
Good game, Titans, and good luck this season.
Our next event was our carnival-themed club rush, where our clubs held signups.
This year, we themed out our Club Rush with a circus carnival vibe. Students danced to the music provided by the DJ Club, played carnival games for fresh cotton candy and popcorn, and visited the booths of our many active club sports and programs on campus. Club Rush was a great way for students to learn about all the opportunities and ways that they can get involved and be connected to our campus. Thank you to all the club, students, and staff for participating in this successful event.
We had a great turnout for our club signups. And here are some clips of our 2021 fall sports.
Our fall sports and programs are in full swing. Cross country, football, girls tennis, volleyball, cheer and song, band and color guard.
We're so excited for our sports to be back.
Our next sporting event was the invitation at Fulton High School for cross country.
Our GTHS cross country team was one of the many schools across the Inland Empire to participate in the 52nd annual Colton Swarm Invitational. Our team members raced hard and enjoyed the event. Thank you to CHS and all of the student groups and staff for hosting this successful event.
Some upcoming events we have is this Friday's Varsity Veterans Football Game. And on October 1st and 2nd, we have our homecoming rally and dance. We're currently in the middle of our homecoming court voting.
Earlier this week, we announced our Royal Homecoming Court members and are preparing for our Alice in Wonderland themed homecoming rallies and halftime show on Friday, October 1st, and our on-campus, outdoor, in the campus quad dance on Saturday, October 2nd. As of yesterday, we have over 620 homecoming dance tickets sold. We look forward to homecoming just a few short weeks away. Although our showcase is coming to an end, the fun doesn't stop here. Next Thursday, our choir program is hosting an evening outdoor choir concert under market lights in our quad. That's all we have for you today.
And until next time, keep charging.
On behalf of the students at Grand Terrace High School, we thank you for your time. We welcome any comments and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Questions, comments from the board?
I do, Mrs.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Congratulations, by the way, on the 10 years, 10-year anniversary.
Thank you.
How old were you 10 years ago?
10 years ago, I was 7. Yes.
7 years old. So that's awesome. I just really, you gave us a very good picture of what goes on at Grand Terrace High School. Lots of good things, lots of wonderful things. So I congratulate you and your leadership for all you do. I was impressed with everything with the, but you know, the staff dancers, the ones that were dancing and they were trolling, that was impressive. I was more impressed that he got up, you know.
Oh yeah, us too.
But yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful environment there. So I want you to enjoy this year. This year,
We definitely are.
to the
Yes.
fullest. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Board Member Fuentes? Great. Thank you for that. And do we have another question about again? Just a quick reminder though for folks, because we do have folks that are virtual, if you would please make sure your microphones are on and speak directly into the microphone, project a little bit. We're all wearing masks, so that muffles it a little bit, just to make sure that board members Thoreen Ojeda and Haro can hear us. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you if there's other leadership members here in the audience from your Grand Terrace?
Yeah, I believe so.
Can you please stand
Stand
up
up.
and say who you
Come
are?
on, ladies. Yes. Gentlemen.
Thank you for being here.
Great. Any other questions or comments from board members? Please, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Dan. Just want to start off by congratulating Grand Terrace High School for 10 years. Just like Mr. Fuentes said, I was there when the building started. I was there with the decision-making of the school, and it's come a long way. It's incredible to think 10 years has passed, and here we are. With all the representatives are here, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, because you are the heart of the student body there at Grand Terrace. Every ASB that we have in our district provides the school spirit that enables each one of our students to have pride, motivation, character, and values. And it starts with each and every one of you. So I just want to say thank you. Congratulations to each and every one of you for the efforts that you put out, not only for yourselves, for your ASB group, but for the whole student body there at Grand Terrace High School. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Barra. And I believe Board Member Haro would like to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. It appears we're having some technical issues. I will just say a couple of things. First of all, I truly enjoyed your presentation. Congratulations to each of you who put this together. It reminded me of what schools today, all the changes that we've had since 50 years ago when I graduated. I'm kind of jealous. It's so much fun, and you have so many more opportunities, and the technology is amazing that you can keep this and have it in our archives for future groups. You did a fine job of presenting your school. It seems like a unique opportunity. The things that you think of doing, I'm not sure other schools have been able to do that. So congratulations. Keep up all the hard work to do this. I know it does. It takes a lot of work to be able to put on these kind of activities. And I'm sure you have Mr. Ruiz right there helping you on. But congratulations, and I hope at some point this year I'll be able to come out as representative from Grand Terrace and see what you're doing in person. So congratulations. I hope this is the most wonderful year and that you'll have twice as much fun to make up for the school year that you weren't able to be there at school. So congratulations to all of you, each and every one of you. Thank you.
She may still be having some technical difficulties to log in on. Not a problem. Well, I'll just simply add to what my colleague said. thank you for this awesome presentation. You know what else has changed over the years? Board Member Ibarra knows this, is these presentations have gotten more and more elaborate, and the use of technology has been incredible, because it's one thing to just tell us what you are doing and how you're experiencing, the year so far, but to show us in such a format like this, when you even had drone footage, that's pretty awesome. So it's something that you can share on social media, put on the website, and push out there. And as was said, it's going to be something that's going to be archived for years to come. The other cool thing about being at such a young school is you are creating traditions and building a culture right now that other students, generations to come, are going to look to and say, hey, when did they have the first luau? When did they first do this? When did they start this tradition? And so you get to build that tradition. And I think it's a wonderful thing about being part of a new school. So congratulations, great job. We really appreciate the update, and keep it up. We hope to hear more later on in the year.
Thank you. We're so grateful to present our school like this. And I also wanted to give a big thanks to Mr. Ruiz, because he makes this all possible. We can't do it without him.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Principal Dare, as well. Thank you. Takes us to our next item on the agenda, which is item 3.1. You have a public hearing, and this is item 3.1, resolution number 22-01, a certification of compliance regarding sufficiency of instructional materials. This is the 2021-22 Williams settlement. So I will open the hearing. Ms. Medina, do we have any public comments for this public hearing? We do not. All right. Anyone wish to speak on this public hearing, on this item? All right, hearing none, then I will officially close the public hearing. That takes us to our next item on the agenda, which is item 4.0, our public comment for this evening's meeting. And we do have some speaker slips for this evening. Just a reminder to speakers, you'll have 3 minutes to speak to address the board on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. And we will start with Ms. Chrissy Rodriguez.
Hi, that was super inspiring, you guys. That made me want to cry. That was awesome. Before I speak, my name's Chrissy Rodriguez, and I just want to say, I'm going to get choked up here. I went to kindergarten through 12th grade in this district, as did my grandma, my mom, my sisters, my son, who's now 20 years old. And so what I'm going to talk about tonight, and me and my teachers behind me, please don't think it's coming from anything other than just caring with everything we have about this district and about these kids. So I know some things we're going to address tonight are things that maybe we don't want to hear, but if we want this to be a district that these kids deserve, they have to be said and they have to be worked on. So with that, I'll just go ahead and read what I have. Hello, Superintendent, board members, and members of the public. Thank you for having us this evening. I am speaking on behalf of the entire staff at Crestmore in regards to our certified and classified employees. I'm here to talk about the disappointment to the opening of this school year. And we are here with the extreme hope that you guys don't take us as gripey Crestmore teachers, but rather as teachers that love these kids so much. When we received the email from the cabinet about the great CJUSD grand opening, we were so unbelievably excited to come back to Crestmore, where all of the kids can learn and do their best. The thought of being able to serve our students and families in person again sounded like a dream come true after such a long, hard road of distance learning. This feeling of overwhelming joy faded to a feeling of sadness, which I'm still feeling, and disbelief when we stepped foot on campus to find the school that we love so much had been completely forgotten about, or it felt that way, for a year and a half. It is the worst feeling. Sorry, the people here at Crestmore just deserve so much. The people in our district just deserve so much. This isn't a profession for people who just want things to be all right. It's a profession for people who want to inspire young minds like you. We want Colton to be the district that all other districts want to become. I know it's not easy, but people who work for a school district understand that we do what it takes to provide the best in all areas of our district, teachers included, and we also understand that there is no alternative. There's no backup plan. These are our kids. They're going to go out into the real world someday. Our students are just too valuable for that. We understand that the ball gets dropped. I've done it many times. There's many 5th grade classes I wish I could have back because I've learned so much, I've grown so much, I've acknowledged my mistakes. But now is the time to pick up the ball and we have to make things better. It's time to acknowledge that the ball was dropped when we did little to nothing for 15 months at our school, talking about Crestmore. We should all want our district to be a place where people come to be valued, cared for, and inspired, a place where people become the best version of themselves, like these kids right here. And for that to happen, things need to change, and they need to change now, together, all of us together. But honestly, we need to get that vision. We can't just say it. We can't just wear the shirts. We can't just have the mission statement. We really need to make it happen. If we truly work together, could you guys believe what it's an unbelievable district this could be? I mean, I've always had the wish of showing up on Ellen.
My
Our
apologies.
district could be on Ellen.
My
Okay.
apologies. That is time.
Okay.
If you would like, though, if you have written statements, if you want to submit those to Miss Medina, she'll make sure that we all get copies of that. And that's true for anyone that
Teachers behind me are going to speak after.
certainly. And we have all the speaker slips.
And I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And again, please feel free to submit any comments to Miss Medina if you're not able to get through that in the 3 minutes. Now, is our timer working? Okay. Yeah, our next speaker is Kathy McBride. Ms. McBride.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and members of the public. We stand here tonight united as a team for a common purpose, to talk about our current work environment. Let us get something straight. Our current administration on our site did not rally us together and say, let's go to the board. This was a decision from the staff to stand up for our students, our families, our community, and ourselves. While we do acknowledge that more district personnel have been on campus recently than we have seen in years, we are still very much in a reactive state throughout the district. We feel like the show from the district office has only been because of our constant emails to the school board and to ACE. Why are we not being heard as the professionals that we are? Why do we have to take such drastic measures to be heard? We have shared a Google slide presentation to Dr. Miranda, all school board members, and Mr. Jensen today to show you what we have come back to and are continuing to deal with on a daily and weekly basis. We really encourage you to take a long look at the pictures and the captions that go along with it. Would you feel excited to go to work every day? Now we tell you that it is our students, our community, and the bond we have with one another that drives us to do the best every day despite our working conditions. The following are some very difficult items to share out, but it must be done. District design focus on equity, professionalism, and professional development. In an August 2021 staff meeting, executive cabinet member used the following language to respond to concerns. Low staffing is due to people not wanting to work and would just rather be on welfare. Regarding cleaning, custodial members need behavior modifications. Staff was disregarded and dismissed during the meeting, and executive cabinet members stated, "We're sitting in the room right now and see nothing." Place blame back on the teachers by saying part of the problem is because we eat in our rooms. What else are we supposed to do right now with COVID? Daily vacuuming was promised at the August staff meeting by an executive cabinet member and in multiple subsequent emails, but it is still not happening as of 9/15/21. Dedicated night custodian promised, but random staff are told they are subbing in for a day or two. Flea bites, spider bites. Fleas are attracted to and become more active with heat. Flea eggs are hatching every 2 weeks, and they're not affected by the spraying because we're not being vacuumed, as we get a new batch every 2 weeks. Students are being sent home and missing instructional time due to bug bites. Teachers are constantly being displaced to other classrooms. Staff members are being sent to workers' comp for bites. One bite, 2 staff members have gone to workers' comp for bites. One bite was from a black widow, and the other was from bugs, spiders, from rolling up a class rug. Staff are cut short. Teachers have to clean our own rooms. The $50 stipend for the first day of school was insulting. Many of us spent days, if not weeks, cleaning areas in our room that should have been taken care of by the custodial crew. TOAs cannot assist in student support because they have to sub in classrooms daily. RSP teachers and aides are pulled from sites despite high needs, and we have a split assistant principal with a high enrollment school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McBride. Our next speaker is Victoria Nitsch.
I'm shorter. Continuing on from what my colleagues were addressing, the executive cabinet needs to be transparent. COVID notification calls, follow-up, tracking, parent letter responsibilities have all fallen on our office staff. They are overwhelmed and unable to do their normal office duties. District personnel have been able to work from home on a rotating schedule off and on since the beginning of the school year. Concerning work environment, the district purchased triangular-shaped desks and rectangular-shaped desk shields, and as a result, the shields are too large for the surface area of the desk. This has decreased student workspace and makes arranging the desks difficult. Due to intense heat in our classrooms, the desk shields are falling apart, and the industrial glue is sticking everywhere, ruining our new desks. Air conditioning settings have been fixed, but still won't turn on and cool down rooms. Per Rick Jensen and ACE, 70% of the air that is being brought in from the outside is causing extreme humidity in our classrooms where we are having to run fans just to stay cool. Our teachers have bought air purifiers and been denied reimbursement for them. These air purifiers are detecting particles throughout the day. The units are turning on before school. However, the AC units are turning on, but they're turning to unoccupied between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning. Therefore, we have to interrupt instruction to turn it back on and maintain an acceptable temperature. Many of us are out of our rooms during this time for PE, so when we return, the rooms are very hot and stuffy. Concerning the learning environment, students are coming to school and being bitten and stung in their classrooms and on the playground. We have had to have our play equipment and field closed to students due to the flea and fire ant infestations. What this all comes down to is accountability, transparency, and honest acknowledgement. No more excuses and sweeping things under the rug or doing a temporary patch. It also comes down to holding those in charge at the district level accountable, not pushing back to the administration on campus to resolve these big issues that are really out of their hands. It's sad and disappointing when we send several emails and all we hear is crickets, even from our appointed superintendent. Yes, we look good on paper, but when it comes to COVID plans and other plans like cleanliness, but those plans are not the reality or the action that is happening on our school sites. It needs to stop being presented that way. Our teachers as a whole last year took a lot of hits on social media about not wanting to return, when the reality was we did want to return, but we knew there were no actions taken on our written plans for a safe reopening. Even after 15+ months, we came back to schools needing some serious cleanup, and that was evident on social media with the posts the day teachers returned, and after showing crews repainting schools, the crews who were on campus rushing to get desks, shields, water bottle refilling stations up, hand washing stations up, and AC units running. It took staff coming back on campus every day, even the weekend, to get the schools ready when there was 15 months that all of this could have been done and maintained. That way, the real focus can be on our students, academically and socially, emotionally, rather than the day-to-day cleanliness and work environment concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Cover.
Good evening. I'm going to finish up hers and then go into mine. We ask that some serious conversations begin to happen. We hope that these conversations will start with safe conversations at a site level with district personnel. We invite any school board members, executive cabinet, and our superintendent to come have the honest conversation that we're asking with us. Tonight, I wasn't going to speak, and the reason I wasn't going to is because I do often. And I get backlash from it, I'm going to be honest. So I really asked for my team has been coming to me for a while because they do know I've been part of ACE and they know I know what should be happening. And so they finally have stepped up, and I want that to be acknowledged tonight. This is the best team ever. I've worked in this district for 17 years. We have come together. We're done. It took us a lot to come here tonight. It took several of these members a lot to come here tonight. So understand by us here right now, we're done. We feel like it's November or June already. That's the way we're being worked. We're ready for a break. I've sent text messages saying, oh, June 15th, when it was something for September 15th, because that's where my mind is. You have just heard from the Crestmore staff. Many of these issues have been ongoing for us. We are here standing up for ourselves and hear that it is, and we are hearing that this is already giving us a bad reputation because of the emails we have previously sent and that we continue to say stuff. Things have been said like, what are we going to do with the Crestmore staff? That is what we heard today. That's unacceptable. I know some of these issues are not just happening on our campus. We just happen to be the ones that are standing up here today, making our voices heard. Crestmore staff is an amazing staff. You guys have no idea what staff you have right here. We go over and beyond every minute of every day, many of us answering, talking to parents well into the evening. We want the best environment for our students. We want to be heard. We want accountability. We want respect. We want acknowledgement. And most of all, we want those making the decisions at the district to come and talk to us that are on the ground every single day. Please stop referring to us as the problem children. And look at us for what we are, the ones who want a positive change, a change that makes everyone safe and comfortable. We can all do much better. And notice that most of our statements is we. We are not taking ourselves out of this equation. We want to be part of the solution. On a special note, I would like to thank Mrs. Haro for her continued support. We hear you standing up for us at the previous board meetings. And on a personal note, I will take responsibility and accountability for everything, for rallying us tonight, for the presentation that we sent you. But I can tell you, many of these staff members behind me would also take that. So I ask, please, unite with us as one of our troops would say, Chrissy Rodriguez, beast mode style. Unite with us. We've got to make the change.
And we do have another public speaker, but I don't want to jump to that quite yet without acknowledging the fact that all of you are here, not just those of you who spoke, but all of you that are here. Dr. Miranda, this is obviously a unique situation. I can tell you in my 10 years on the board, I don't recall a time where we've had this many staff from a single site united about an issue that is a legitimate concern about the safety of not only their environment for themselves, but the students and everyone on campus. So while it's not on the agenda, so we can't have a discussion, we can't get into any details as a board, I don't think there's going to be any objection to giving direction to the superintendent and Mr. Jensen, certainly his team. There needs to be a discussion with the staff on site soon, and by soon I mean, talking days, not weeks and weeks here. This needs to be addressed. It needs to be communicated. And again, while board members aren't able to participate as a full board because of the Brown Act, I would like to see if perhaps Bertha, Ms. Adeguin, and myself as president and vice president can be part of that conversation because it's that important. And it's at a point where clearly there's a frustration and it's boiled to a point where they feel like they have to come here, and it should not have gotten to this point, quite frankly. So I expect that there will be some follow-up and outreach to the site administration to coordinate an opportunity to hear and provide good responses, solutions, quite frankly, to what's going on out at Crestmore. Okay, is that fair? And Ms. Bracci, I know you didn't speak, but I want to make sure that we certainly respect the role that I think ACE plays in far as communication, and we can coordinate, communication if need be with you, but certainly through the staff and site administration too.
Board President Flores.
Dr. Miranda, if you will. Okay.
Board President Flores.
Yeah. All right.
Hello? Hello?
Sure, yes.
Board President Flores? This is Mrs. Haro speaking. This is Mrs. Haro speaking. I believe we can have 3 people at that meeting, and I would like to also be at that meeting.
All right. Okay. All right. We do have another public speaker for tonight's meeting, Mrs. Lisa Villa.
Hello. Well, first of all, I just like to say that Christy is a product of Colton High. She's a yellow jacket, and so is her mother, and so is her grandmother. So I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of GT. They did an awesome, awesome job. I props all day long to them. See, those are two unexpected comments that I didn't expect to say, but my name is Lisa. As you all know, I have chosen this public platform as the right of an American citizen to address many concerns I have because my children, grandchildren, and the children of our Colon community deserve more than, and we can no longer accept these below standards as the norm. I'm asking you to think about all the positive things I've done and what I mean to my Colton community and how I can be used as an asset and instead not seeing me as a thorn in your side. Yes, I have been complaining for over a year and a half, every single school board meeting, through emails, through committees, and so forth, because I no longer trust your process for staff and student success. Your actions and decisions have clearly showed me and my community that the leaders of the Colton School District do not care about us. Even when I speak up at the board meetings, none of you politely respond to me, show any empathy for my valid concerns and facts. You do address the other speakers though, and presenters, but you never acknowledge me. You move on, which also lets me know where my concerns stand with you, which has led me to today's topic. I will not go away until there are positive changes for my children, grandchildren, and the Colton community. I know you see the clear differences in the school showcases. Props all day long to GT. How they go above and beyond for their children, for their students. Anything they do is elaborate and done with effort. It all starts with the leaders of the school and the expectations they expect for their staff. The negative side of me you have seen me in this whole year is because of how frustrated I am for our Colton kids. But please know, I'm doing this because I care about my Colton community. Please respect my facts and opinions too, because Colton High doesn't even get the basics unless I ask or complain, and that's not okay. I also have been here for 30 years. 30 years is a pretty long time. I have facts and dates and whatnot and situations of all the double standards of me being here, me being a parent, me being a point. I can be here for weeks with many, many things to say, but you know, like I said, I'm going to be here at every board meeting. I'm going to make some change for our Golden community, and we should be able to work together to make it better. And all the standards should be the same across the board. Every school site is ran differently. However the principal feels like running things, they don't know what to do. I props to the principal because they don't know how to run anything because it's directed from you, but it starts with you. The standards are different at every site. My kids go from Harupa all the way to Ritchie Canyon. So all across the board, everybody's running things differently. I don't know what was being done in the whole year and a half. Thank you for your time.
And Ms. Medina, do we have any other public speaker slips for today's meeting? We do not. All right. We'll go ahead and close. That'll conclude public comment for tonight's meeting. And that takes us to item 5.1, our first administrative presentation for this evening. This is our state seal of civic engagement, and it is a presentation by our Ed Services Division. So we'll start with Dr. Peterson, and we'll let her.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I'd actually like to introduce Dr. Eric Muni, our secondary director, and Lauren Tyler, one of our technology curriculum program specialists that will give the presentation tonight.
All right, good evening, Board President Flores, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. It is our pleasure to present to you on behalf of the Educational Services Division. With me this evening is Lauren Tyler, Ed Tech Curriculum Program Specialist and former CJUSD history teacher. This evening, we are presenting to the board for your consideration the inclusion and eligibility of the State Seal of Civic Engagement for our CJUSD students. Next slide, please. On September 10th, 2020, the State Board of Education adopted criteria and guidance to award a State Seal of Civic Engagement to California students who demonstrated excellence in civics education and participation and an understanding of the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and the democratic system of government in accordance to the Assembly Bill 24, signed into law in 2017 by then Governor Jerry Brown. Next, Lauren is going to discuss the guiding principles and criteria based on CDE guidelines.
Good evening. A hallmark feature of the State Seal of Civic Engagement is its accessibility to all students, regardless of their backgrounds, communities, and experiences. This includes taking into consideration how we as a district can support all students, beginning with this year's graduating class, in earning the seal in ways that may not always mirror traditional student paths to civic engagement and learning. The California Department of Education understands that civic engagement may look different from community to community, and the CDE encourages districts to develop local criteria and to design and implement impactful civic engagement programs and pathways that reflect community interests, needs, and resources over a period of time. CJUSD will integrate developmentally appropriate civic learning into all grade levels and recognize and build connections between civic learning inside of school, outside of school, and in online spaces. We will build a program that provides engaging and relevant learning opportunities that foster student choice, voice, and agency, and encourages students to take informed action to address real-world problems and create positive change. And 2 slides forward. One more. The state of California has outlined 5 criteria for students to earn the State Seal of Civic Engagement. They need to be engaged in academic work in a productive way, demonstrate a competent understanding of the role of government and the citizen in a constitutional democracy, participate in 1 or more informed civic engagement projects, demonstrate civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions through self-reflection, and exhibit character traits that reflect civic mindedness. The Educational Services Department has adapted these requirements and developed criteria for CJUSD students to earn the State Seal of Civic Engagement. The student information flyer and application have been shared with board members. Pending adoption of the board resolution presented tonight, this information will begin to be disseminated to counselors and administrators next week so that the criteria and application can be shared with students in their history social science classrooms. Students earning the seal will receive an official insignia on their high school diplomas.
Next slide, please. We also wanted to share how civic learning aligns with our CJUSD priorities. It supports student achievement by developing the competencies necessary to thrive in a changing global economy. Civic learning not only enhances content knowledge, but it supports college and career readiness through opportunities for students to apply academic concepts in real-world situations. It further builds student character and encourages respectful dialogue. As part of a course's curriculum, students already participate in various projects during the school day that are aligned with the California History Social Science framework. The skills and knowledge needed for students' participation in obtaining the seal require instruction and guided practice. So ideally, students will participate in multiple learning events that help them experience, practice, build, and master the necessary skills and knowledge and dispositions. Many skills and processes that students need to enact to complete a civic engagement type project are currently being taught in different classes. Further alignment on the chart to the right shows a cycle of inquiry, investigation, civil dialogue, and informed action. These are foundational characteristics of quality civic instruction. This concludes our presentation. We want to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. Are there any questions or comments that we may have?
Thank you, Dr. Mooney. Any questions or comments from board members?
Question.
Yes, it was
This
fun.
would be
They're working. Yes. So this would be the application the students are going to fill out?
Yes,
Sample of it?
yes, it is.
It's in Spanish, so. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Certainly. Ms. Adeguin.
What is the role of the counselor? When does the counselor? And
Absolutely. So the counselors are going to be informed as far as the process. They'll be providing that information to the students as to the criterion, and also helping to sign off on many of the areas that are parts of the application for the student, acknowledging that they've passed their appropriate classes and that they've completed different components as outlined on the application.
they play a key role then. in this whole
Yes, they
process.
will.
Ms. Thoreen Ojeda, wonderful. Yes, Ms. Thoreen Ojeda, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. This led me to think about something when I heard we were doing this. Okay. Okay. When I saw that we were going to have this presentation, it made me start thinking about the possibility down the road of possibly having a student member of the Board of Trustees. That would be a wonderful way to actually practice the civil engagement at a very young age for these kids, and maybe one of the requirements could be that they participate in this. I don't know if the board's in favor of that, but I think having a student as part of our school board, I know there are certain stipulations, but I think that might be something we want to look at in the future. I'm really excited to see this. I think kids need more education in this area now so that they're more involved as they grow up into the world and can be a voice for future of our country. So I'm excited to have this happen.
Thoreen Ojeda. I did have a question. If you could give us some examples, just curious if there were any examples of what these civic engagement type projects would be or could look like for students.
And the beauty of this is that the state realized that it's going to look different from community to community. We will be willing to work with, and I think that's the other part of this, work with our students through their counselors on those various projects that they have an interest in, to bring forward to say this is part of that civic engagement. So it could be working at a local shelter or working, it could be there's a lot of different things that students can do to show civic engagement. So we didn't want to limit those projects, but we would work with them and serve as kind of mentors and providing them with that information. Again, I say our counselors will do that role as well.
Wonderful. Well, and I'm wondering if perhaps we could also partner with the cities that we serve in partnership with, opportunities to work with the cities on projects, whether it's helping with Parks and Rec Department, Public Works Departments, participating in surveys, learning how government, now, mind you, I spend a lot of time in government, so I'm partial to government, but learning how government works and engages with the community, how important it is to engage with the community. So there seems to be a lot of opportunities, could include law enforcement, public safety, a number of opportunities for students to participate in a variety of projects that might actually be in an area of interest for a career or lead them into an interest for a career. So I hope that the whole process will really explore that with students and give them a chance to be creative.
Absolutely. We do not want to limit for that reason. We want them to find their passion and to really put that into these projects.
Any other comments or questions for board members? No? Yeah, this is a great, thank you so much for the presentation. So thank you, Dr. Mooney. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next item on our agenda is item 5.2. We're going from civic engagement to our unaudited actuals. So bit of a shift in gears, but we're going to invite our business services division, our assistant superintendent, Mr. Jensen, to please lead off our presentation.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board. Welcome back, Dr. Miranda, Superintendent, our executive cabinet, and our honored guests in the audience. I'm Rick Jensen, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. And along with Maria Amanda Sarabia, our Director of Fiscal, Health Benefits, Risk Management, and I'm sure we could add a few more titles to her. We're pleased to present the unaudited actuals report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. Next slide.
Next slide, please. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, staff members, and community members. It is my pleasure to be here tonight to report on the district's unaudited actuals. The unaudited actuals present the district's financial standing as of June 30th, 2021. Some of the areas we will cover tonight are the comparison of the unaudited actuals to the estimated actuals to see how well the general fund's ending balances were projected, along with a look at the historical trends for enrollment and average daily attendance and what these trends tell us in regards to future revenue. Next slide, please.
Here we present the enrollment and average daily attendance figures over a 10-year period with actuals for the 2015 through 16 through 2021 and projections for 21-22 through 24-25. The black line on top represents actual enrollment through the 2021 fiscal year, with the red line representing projections through 24-25. The line at the bottom is the actual P2 ADA through 2021 with projections through 24-25. Yellow line in the middle is the most impactful line on this slide because it represents the ADA for which we receive our funding, or the local control funding formula, or LCFF as it is also known. As you may notice, all three lines show a steady decline trend over the 10-year period, and there is a bump in the yellow funded line that we will explain next. So next slide, please. The state has a funding safeguard for districts that are in declining enrollment, where our LCFF revenue is based on the higher of current or prior year average daily attendance. For the 2021 fiscal year, we received an even bigger safeguard. 2021 was funded on ADA from the 1920 fiscal year at the P2 level. That's in April. And since 1920 and 2021 are the same ADA, this year's ADA is also based on that same ADA level. So even though the actual ADA continues to decline for those 3 years, we're being funded at the higher ADA of 1920. However, starting next year at 22-23, we will again be funded for LCFF based on the current or prior year ADA, whichever is higher, as the lines are showing here. Next slide, please.
In 2021, the general fund received $330.1 million in revenue. As this pie chart illustrates, the biggest portion is the LCFF revenue, which accounts for 70% of the total general fund revenue. Usually, LCFF revenue accounts for 80% of the total revenues, while federal revenues account for 6%. However, in 2021, the district received a greater portion of restricted federal funds to address pandemic-related needs. As a result, the portion of federal revenues increased to 16%, while the portion of LCFF revenues decreased to 70%. Next slide, please. In 2021, the general fund had $292.6 million in expenses. Salaries and benefits make up 82% of the general fund expenditures, while the remainder is attributed to other operating expenditures. Next slide, please.
In this slide, we compare side by side the 2021 estimated actuals with the 2021 unaudited actuals. So the estimated actuals were completed in June, the unaudited actuals in this month. along with the 21-22 adopted budget, which was prepared along with the estimated actuals. As far as revenues go, 2021 was a very interesting year. Initially, we were threatened with a 10% cut to the LCFF. Instead, we received what was called an unfunded 2.31% COLA that we will instead receive this fiscal year. We also received state and federal grants to mitigate the effects of the coronavirus and COVID-19. And because we were in distance learning throughout the year, we have a great deal of budgetary savings in the general fund. The projected deficit of the second interim report became a $1.8 million surplus at the estimated actual report. And then the actuals now show a surplus of over $32 million. Now, I would not get too excited at seeing these numbers since much of those ending balances are tied up in restricted ending balances for ESSER funds and LCAP carryover and so forth. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there were savings as a result of being in distance learning last year. For example, in unrestricted accounts, there was $5.4 million left over from the LCAP that will be allocated in the year 22-23. It's always 1 year behind. So there's $2.1 million in carryover from last year that's going into the budget. $5.3 million for purchase orders being rolled over to this year that we need to account for. $5.4 million in budget for salary and benefit savings. $4.3 million in increased revenue but decreased expenditures as well for the special ed program. And savings in the routine restricted maintenance account. In addition, there was this was the contribution that normally goes to the routine restricted maintenance account, but because that is a restricted program, we see even more savings on the restricted side there. In addition, there was approximately $14 million in restricted fund balances for mostly ESSER funds, the LCAP, and also the RRMA we just mentioned. Next slide, please.
Each year, it is necessary for the general fund to contribute or transfer resources to support restricted programs. For 2021, the general fund contributed or transferred $32.6 million to restricted programs. This list includes a required transfer of 3% of total expenditures to the restricted maintenance account in the amount of $7.8 million. Funds were also transferred to the special reserve and capital facilities accounts to support capital projects throughout the district. Next slide, please.
In addition to the general fund, the district also manages several other special funds for purposes listed here. There were no special funds that ended the year with a negative fund balance. All funds were positive. Of note, the cafeteria fund operated all year with very little in revenues due to the reduced claims that we could make to the federal government. However, our nutrition services heroes continued to work all year in spite of the global pandemic. And to keep the fund solvent, the district contributed approximately $2.5 million as approved or as authorized by the ESSER 1 funds as shown on the previous slide. Other noteworthy activity includes the deposit of $14.8 million in new Series E bonds in Fund 21 Building Fund, $1.5 million in redevelopment agency dollars we received, and developer fees that were deposited to Fund 25, the Capital Facilities Fund, and about $5.9 million in school facilities program dollars were received and deposited to the Fund 35 School Facilities Fund. The district has a large fund balance in Fund 67, as you can see on this slide, for workers' compensation. In order to save money in the general fund and to spend down this balance, we made a decision last year not to make any transfers to Fund 67 from the general fund. Next slide, please.
This slide shows the components of the ending fund balance. Non-spendables total $795,000, and include reserves for revolving cash, stores, and prepaid expenditures. The restricted accounts ended with a fund balance of $15.7 million. Funds in the amount of $29 million were committed for vehicle and field replacement, future facility needs, 2021 POs that were rolled over to the 21-22 fiscal year, the unrestricted lottery account, and for the carryover of LCAP funds. $8.9 million was assigned to meet the 3% reserve for economic uncertainties, while the remainder of the funds were assigned to offset deficit spending, facility relocation, and the early payoff of long-term debt, which will save the district interest charges. Next slide, please.
Proposition 30 was approved by voters back in 2012 to temporarily increase sales tax revenues on all people and personal income tax rate for the upper income taxpayers. In 2016, voters approved Proposition 55, which dropped the sales tax increase but continued the personal income tax increase on incomes over $250,000 per year. The taxes did not add additional revenues to districts. Instead, they prevented cuts and increased transparency and accountability for this revenue account. As a result, districts receive approximately 22% of LCFF funding as education protection account money. It is important to note that the EPA is not an additional revenue source. It represents a share of the LCFF money supported by the Prop 30 and Prop 55 taxes. Districts are not allowed to spend these funds on administrative costs and must report the EPA spending plan and actual expenditures on its website. As shown here, EPA funds were spent on certificated salaries and benefits. Next slide, please.
This slide shows the multi-year projections from budget development for the current year and the 2 subsequent fiscal years. At budget development, we were projecting a deficit of $12 million and an ending fund balance of $63.9 million in 21-22, a deficit of $2.6 million with an ending balance of $61.3 million in 22-23, and a deficit of $8.2 million with an ending balance of $53.1 million in 23-24. At first interim, we will be reevaluating these projections and updating them based on the information that is available at that time. Next slide, please.
On the agenda tonight, there is an action item for the GAN limit calculation for a resolution for the board to approve. Proposition 4 instituted what is colloquially known as the GAN limit. It was authored by Paul Gann, who teamed up with Howard Jarvis on Proposition 13. Proposition 4 sets limits on state and local government spending. The GAN limit calculation takes into account the prior year's appropriation limit and adjusts it for inflation and student growth for districts. Most districts find that they are right at or below their appropriations limit. The state may count any district's unused limit for their own appropriations limit. However, if a district finds themselves over their appropriations limit, the board must adopt a resolution temporarily increasing the limit for the district and reducing the state's limit in return. Next slide, please. For the board's information, we are showing here the GAN limit calculation result of $124.2 million for 2021 and $124.9 million for 21-22. Next slide, please.
In summary, the 2021 unaudited actuals present a budget surplus. The district is projecting deficit spending in 21-22, which will be reevaluated during the first interim reporting period, which will begin in November. Carryovers for the 21-22 fiscal year will be posted in October after CBEDS Day. The district will continue to monitor revenue and expenditures to ensure spending is on track. Next slide, please.
And this concludes our presentation for this evening. Thank you for your time. And we would like to ask if there are any questions of the board.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? I'll kick off with a question here. Let me find the slide, but there was a reference to Fund 67, which I think is our self-insurance fund, if I'm not mistaken, and that a decision was made to not contribute to that fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just out of curiosity then, where are we with respect to, the confidence level, and are we at essentially where we need to be to have the confidence level that we want to ensure that we stay at a high level?
That's a really good question. We are currently having an actuarial report done on Fund 67 to recalculate every 3 years, and it's due again to see what that confidence level will be. Right now, we feel that we are overfunded in that fund. So we took the opportunity to be able to, because we're not knowing how COVID was going to affect our budget, we wanted to see where we could make cuts anywhere within the budget. And this was one of those cuts we made. And I think it was around $2.
Okay.
There's about $2 million or so of savings to the general fund because of that.
Okay. And that answers my other question, which is how much do we typically contribute each year? Is it around $2 million a year?
Yeah, and it is a charge on all salaries of around 1.5 to 2%.
Excuse me. And then another question around the ability to pay. We're paying off some long-term debt. Just curious what examples of what that debt is that we're paying. Early payoff of long-term debt. There's a line item.
The early retirement incentive is one thing we'd like to pay off as soon as possible because that would help with interest costs.
Okay. Good, because those are, I presume those tend to be higher interest than other debt that we would traditionally have. Okay.
Right, and that's a 5-year plan. If we could pay it off early, then that will help us in the future. That's about $1.5 million payment per year.
And if we're able to do that, it'd be great to see what those savings are whenever we're able to refinance or refund or pay off early to see that savings. Okay, great. Other questions, comments? Board Member Adagin, please.
On the general fund revenue pie that I think it's slide number 5. It shows the total revenue and of 330. The federal that shows up there of 16%, is that the ESSER funds?
Actually, it's all of the COVID funding combined. So there you have the ESSER funds, the COVID relief funds, the GEAR funding, the Prop 98 funding. So it's a combination of all those funds that caused that portion of the pie to increase for the 2021 year.
ESSER funds, we had see them in 3 different times, at different times?
Yes, there's ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. But ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 are coming in mostly this fiscal year. So last fiscal year was mostly ESSER 1.
So when we're looking at ESSER funds, it's not the whole 16% then. I had that mistakenly thought that that's, so it's other.
Oh, yes, there are other funds in there, yes. The categorical, so it's all of the federal funds combined.
Okay. And the ESSER 1 million, 42 million, 4 million. Those are funds that we're using to mitigate.
Yes.
And that can cover anything and everything, custodian.
Correct, yes. And also to address COVID safety measures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions and comments from board members? Please, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Dan. As I take a look at the total expenditure chart, and as we know, we are currently in a trend that is going downward with ADA, and expenditures seem to be rising year by year. The question is, what are we doing as a district to identify where we can cut down on some of the expenditures district-wide? Are we, I know that as an example, books and supplies, that will vary from year to year, depending on the adoptions and where we need to go. But are there any other areas that we as a district can maybe take a closer look, or what are you doing as a head of your department to identify how we can minimize our expenditures?
I think she's giving it to me. So there are several things that a school district can do on the normal, whenever there is a declining enrollment. Number one, I did mention that there is a safeguard that as districts are declining in enrollment, they get to use the higher AD of the previous year. So it gives us 1 year of a safety cushion to make some cuts, because some cuts cannot be made right away, especially when it comes to things like personnel. And on that slide that you're talking about, we mentioned that there's 82% of our expenditures are in the areas of salaries and benefits. So that means that as ADA declines, we have to look at how do we contract the budget based on that as well, because some positions are tied to students naturally, based on how many students you have in a classroom. You need so many teachers. So we have to have a plan in place of how do we reduce based, hopefully on attrition. You know, we want to make sure that that's also a soft landing for the district as well. So those are the main areas we look at, but throughout the year, we do look at, like we mentioned earlier, we saw that there was an opportunity for savings by not contributing to Fund 67. So that was one of the things that we did too. There are other things, you know, the rest of the budget is about 18%. So that 18% is like salary, or not salary, supplies, services, contracts, utilities. And so we're constantly looking at how we can save money through our contracts, through purchasing supplies from the best possible places, getting the best savings that we possibly can. So we're constantly looking at that. So as for a written plan, that's something that the county office usually asks for if the district is in, let's say, a negative certification or what's considered a qualified certification. So at this point, we have been in a positive certification status in our first and second interim reports. And I hope, and I'm confident that we'll look at that. We'll be in a positive circumstance this year as well. At this point, we're doing what we can behind the scenes to make sure that those savings are identified as we go.
Just something for my clarification as well. As a practice, would it be customary for districts to get together and pretty much piggyback, so to call, on big supply items to bring down the lower cost? Do we do that practice in any way? Work together with San Bernardino, Redlands, or any other district when we're purchasing similar high items so that we could get the cost down lower?
Well, what you're talking about, there's a couple of things that we do. Our food services department belongs to a couple of different co-ops. Those work together for submitting for food bids, for distribution of the food, for paper and other goods. And I'm sure that Eric is online right now yelling at his computer, telling me what to say. So I'm trying to tap into Eric and CISO right now. But those are the type of things that we do as a group with other districts, and it's a formal arrangement. We also, when we're looking at big purchases, we will look at the California Multiple Awards Schedule, which is called the CMAS. And that's something that's a state document from awards that have been given to different vendors that have already gone through a vetting process. They've been the lowest bidder, and they offer those prices to other school districts and government agencies through the CMAS. So we try to buy off the CMAS, and we will bring those. We have to bring those to the board each time we do that. The other way we can do that, working with other districts, is finding ways to piggyback, to ride on another contract that's already gone through a competitive bid process And through those, we don't have to waste our time trying to do those bids. They've already done the work, and we can ride on those as well. But in order to do so, we have to bring those to the board for approval, and we have to state that this is the best way of buying these goods and services. It's the most productive way to do so. So those are some things that we can do.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Any of the board members online? No? All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate the update. I know we'll get more information and more updates as we progress throughout the year. So thank you. Thank you. All right. This takes us to our action session items for this evening. And so at this time, I will first just a note that item 6.18 was withdrawn. Adoption of the agenda, so that has been taken off the calendar, if you will. Are there any other items that board members, though, wish to pull for separate consideration, questions, or comments? Right, if there are none, then what we can do is go ahead and take a motion to take action on the entirety of the remaining items on the action session calendar. So I'll ask for a motion and a second to approve our action session items.
So moved, Pat Harrell.
Motion by Board Member Ibarra. Is there a second? Second by Board Member Fuentes. All right, I'll ask Ms. Medina for a roll call vote.
Mrs. Haro?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Ms. Adekin? Mr. Flores?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The action session items are approved unanimously. Takes us to items under our administrative reports. Any questions from board members with respects to our approved disbursements under item 7.1? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and jump to item 7.2, which is our facilities update. And so I will ask Director Chang to please come forth and provide us with an update on facilities.
Right. Good evening, Superintendent Miranda, Board President Flores, members of the board. Tonight, I just have a quick update for the board on the facility projects. Next slide, please. First up is the Golden High School NPR building. We're getting close to the finish line. So we're these are some of the recent shots of the exterior building. We're currently probably about 95% complete on the exterior, making good progress. Next slide, please. These are some of the interior shots. On the left, the main dining room area looking out to the quad. Upper right-hand corner, some of the kitchen equipment in place. And also the bottom right is a snapshot of the staff lounge. We are probably close to kind of high 80% completion. We're projecting about 3 to 4 weeks remaining to reach substantial completion. Some of the things we're still experiencing are some delays with the material fabrication due to the COVID. But we're pushing forward, trying to get the project completed as soon as possible. And next slide, please. All right, also a quick update on the Bloomington High School parking expansion project. So that project commenced on towards the end of August. Project's moving along well, so you can see some of the grading activities happening. Contract's been pouring some curb and gutter, so project's moving along nicely as well. So we're looking at 120-day duration. The first phase, that's where the predominant majority of work occurs. That's going to take about 90 days. Then the last phase, which is a little bit south of that in the yellow section, will take about 30 days. So that should complete the project to the end of towards the end of this calendar year. Next slide, please. Just a couple of small other miscellaneous projects. The Bloomington High School auditorium rigging, lighting, AV system upgrade. That's currently bidding. We're projecting bid opening at October 14th. a Colton High School rigging replacement that's currently under a DSA review, and also with the board's approval architect's agreement, we're going to add the replacement, miscellaneous seating replacement at Colton High School as well. And last but not least, Crestmore Elementary ADA curb appeal and playground structure replacement. So that is scheduled to be submitted next week to DSA. So we're hoping to get that project move along as well. And next slide, please. This concludes my update. Any questions?
Sure. Questions for Director Chang?
I have a quick comment.
Yes, please.
Owen, thank you very much for the tour the other day. Was it yesterday, I think, or Wednesday? I know my colleagues are going to eventually be touring the multipurpose room, but I appreciate you having us out there. It's amazing. It's beautiful, very beautiful. Yeah, I was very impressed. I think it was Joanne Ojeda was with me there that evening, and Dr. Miranda, and I think Katie was there too, and Joanne. But thank you. That very impressive, very impressive. It looks really good. I love the colors. I love how large the bathrooms are. So it's very impressive to see. I see the progress also at Bloomington High School in the parking lot. I have to drop off my daughter every morning, so I see all the trucks coming in and out, taking dirt out, getting everything ready for when they get ready to pour, I guess, the concrete and cement and all that stuff. So I really, really appreciate you and all you do for our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions or comments for Director Chang? All right. Want to thank you for taking us on our tour of Colton NPR. Bertha and I had a chance to see the behind the scenes, if you will. That facility is coming along. I think we're somewhere in total of 18,000 square feet or so of new facilities at Colton High School. It's going to transform that whole part of campus it already has. And it was just really exciting to see the flexibility of that space and what it's going to mean, not just for the students, but for the staff as well, because Colton being one of our older schools, doesn't have a lot of space sometimes for staff to get together and have activities, meetings. So it's going to create a lot of versatility for staff as well as for students. So it's great to see. I'm hoping we'll be able to do at least a virtual ribbon cutting, if not be able to invite some folks out to participate, perhaps from the city. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that maybe we could also do is have a school board meeting in there.
Hey,
Completed.
there you go.
And I think.
Take the show on the road.
Because like I said, when we went back, back in the early 2000s, we used to visit Bloomington and go to all the different areas, Grand Terrace, all the different areas, just to make ourselves accessible to that community. And we would do that maybe 6 times a year. But that would be something we can do to highlight that as well.
That would be fun. That would actually be great. And we have now, I think, facilities to do that at all of our high schools, for example.
Yeah.
So that would be something that we can consider. So we'll have perhaps we can have a discussion, Dr. Miranda, and agendize something at a future meeting to have that conversation, be able to do that. A lot of logistics that go into that, obviously, because of technology, staffing, public comment, Brown Act, but there's no reason we couldn't work that in advance and make it work. Yeah. Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Owen.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is our ACE update. Ms. Parachi, please.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet members, and member of the audience. My name is Christina Parachi, and I have the privilege to serve as the president of Association of Colton Educators. We are in week 7 of the school year 2021-2022, like how I lost the year. I want to thank the certificated staff for the outstanding job and dedication that showed every day to CJUSD students. The district and the state, for that matter, are experiencing a shortage of substitute teacher and other certificated specialties. Besides everybody else, I mean, there's classified and administration. Thank you for approving changes to the subs pay rate increase and for adding a loyalty incentive. None of the district around us, I heard about the loyalty incentives. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you. We are looking forward to starting the resident subs at some point also. ACE members are subbing daily during their prep time. So thank you for approving that a little bit of a bump in pay. TOAs and CPSs are assigned to classrooms to sub also daily. I want to put this out there. RSP teachers should be providing services and work on their caseload and not providing substitute services. This is still a fight that is going on at some school sites. I'm glad to see that the subs openings are posted and there is continuous hiring of subs. I think there are 9 of them tonight also. The last time I addressed the board, I expressed that ACE has 3 goals to be solved soon: AC, cleanliness, and subs. I wish we would focus on education and curriculum and other issues, but we're still at the bottom. I was joking with somebody, we need to reach up to touch the ground at the point that we are. I thought the AC goal was pretty much solved, and it wasn't perfect, but most of the ACs are working the classroom, but we heard something different tonight, so I wasn't expected that. We are impatiently waiting to solve the cleanliness and subs issue and start focusing on bigger and better things in this district. In the presentation done by Sycamore staff, you can see that some schools have more significant issues than others with cleanliness, and some schools had given up the idea that the staff and students will have clean classrooms, well-stocked and clean bathrooms, clean and maintained fields. No student should come to a filthy classroom, and no certificated staff should do janitorial work, the sub work, and their own work. I know you have received emails, calls, and visited site, and you have seen the needs. Would be nice if the board would acknowledge when an employee take the time to write to the board. It's been a past practice that the board will acknowledge and say something. I don't know what happened, but I would encourage you that if a staff reaches to you, even if you just do a short acknowledgement, we got you, somebody will take care of it. People will feel like you are listening. I know you are busy. I know you have a day job, but if possible, just a short email. That would be greatly appreciated. Just an update on where the negotiations are. ACE and district have met twice to discuss long-term, we call it like that, but it's not really, that's the correct term, but we call it long-term independent study, short-term independent study, and short-term independent study 15 days plus quarantine. I mean, we have 3 little things that are going on. We met 3 times, and we are expected to meet soon. We are also meeting on September 24 to discuss the calendar for 2022, 2023, and hopefully 2023, 2024. We usually negotiate 2 years, and it would be easier to have 2 years ahead. ACE will survey its members for contract negotiations. This year, the entire contract will be open, and we are planning to bring the sunshine in the last board meeting in October, and the second time in November, and hopefully begin contract negotiations in December. Board members, thank you for all your support and for your willingness to listen and solve problems. I know sometimes it might seem that things are not happening fast enough, but when you're in the trenches, it's a little bit harder to keep waiting. Executive Cabinet and district officers, thank you for working to find solution to problems and not give us excuses. Certificated staff, you rock, and once again, you came through and you mean the world to your students. Take care of yourself. It is only September, but I see the awareness in all our staff, all our teachers, and it's really hard to think that it's only September and there is no break until November. We still have the whole month of October and November. So please take care of yourself, stay strong and stay healthy so we can continue this school year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Parachi. Our next item on the agenda is our CSE update, and I see we have Mr. Pacheco, President of CSEA, to join us. And let the record reflect, I do object to the choice of facial wear there, Mr. Pacheco, but that's a... Please.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Louis Pacheco. I'm the classified union president, and with me I have Kellyanna Miller. She's a lead nutrition service worker at Bloomington High, and she's also our CACA regional rep for area region 18. So she's going to speak first, and then I'll go. And I was just making sure our custodian here gets his lunch break since he did start at 2:30. So usually the lunch starts at 6:30.
Thank you, Louie. I hope you can hear me through this. It's not easy, so I'll try my best here. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet members, staff, and community. My name is Kellyanna Miller, and I am the Nutrition Service Lead 2 at Bloomington High School, and I am in my 17th year with CJUSD. I also am very proud to announce that I have been appointed for my 5th term as the CSCA Regional Representative for Region 18. I come before you tonight to bring your attention to how nutrition service employees have been suffering from injustice and inequity. I know that those are strong words, and I will explain to you how I have come to use those words. I also want to make clear that this is not directed towards the nutrition service supervisors or our director. They have all been very supportive, and they have done an amazing job in these very trying times, and we could not have made it without them. Did you know that a nutrition service worker 1 starting pay is $14.71, which is the lowest wage in the district? This January, it will be illegal to pay them that wage. Substitute nutrition workers only make minimum wage, which is currently $14 an hour. Prospective substitutes can go nearly any place else and make more, which is directly where we are in desperate need for subs. Many people consider our work an unskilled job, but nothing could be further from the truth. With the health of our students in our hands, everything we do must be perfectly aligned with all county, state, and federal food safety rules and regulations to ensure that our students are receiving a healthy, nutritious, and delicious meal, and that that meal is served on time. During this pandemic, we keep hearing how essential we are. We come to work, and we have been getting the job done no matter how many staff we are missing and how many vacancies we have. We know that our jobs are vital to the well-being of our students, and they are our family. Nutrition service has experienced more vacancies this year than any year I can remember, and there is a reason for that. With nutrition service workers being the lowest paid staff in our districts, members are looking for something better for their families, a livable wage, and the hours to go with it. This is an injustice that has been perpetrated on our nutrition service staff for decades. Why does the district have such low value for some of our hardest working staff? During our compensation study, why do we look to assign a salary that is at the median of other districts? Do we strive for mediocrity, or do we strive for excellence? Earlier, I said that nutrition service staff are suffering from inequity. Let me give you an example. Just at Bloomington High School alone, we have 3 staff members working 6 positions, with another 2 short-hour positions that could be 1 long-hour position. This is typical in nutrition services and intentional to avoid paying benefits. One of my staff members took 18 years just to get a 5-hour position. It wasn't because of her lack of qualities, because she is a rock star at her job, but because of a lack of the longer hour positions. I can't think of any other department who does this. Nutrition service employees deserve respect, dignity, and a livable wage. This district needs to show that we are essential not only with their words, but with their actions. Our world and society are not the same as 18 months ago. Change is coming. Change is here. We can choose to embrace this change, or we can choose to be left behind. The choice is yours. Thank you.
All right. Before I get started with reading what was written, I keep on hearing about the 15 months. You know, what did M&O do? What did they do? Just please keep in mind that Dr. Miranda, thank you for keeping our people home safe, working from home when possible. I know that skips a lot of people's minds. We weren't just here for 15 months. You kept us safe. So I appreciate it. You're not going to keep everyone happy. We keep that in mind. Now, good evening. I come here this evening with a message different than I have had to carry forward in a while. I listened to the last board meeting. Many of my members did as well. Since the last board meeting, I've received many calls and emails from CSEA members. Many are upset, some are confused about everything. All sound hurt, or above everything, they all sound hurt. At the last board meeting, a couple of you made comments that were very hurtful to the classified staff and completely dismissed and disrespected the hard work that we do. For years, CSEA members have dedicated themselves to this district, doing more with less and always looking for a way to do what is best for students. We have done this understaffed and underpaid, with a small glimmer of hope here and there, and from promises from this district that things will change. This is no secret though. Not only is it common knowledge to the district, it is known to the current board members in front of me today. We have had many meetings and planning sessions where we have voiced our issues and concerns. During the past year, those concerns focused heavily on COVID. That is why we are outraged that members of this board would make such hurtful comments about our hardworking members. How many times have any of you walked the runs of any custodian? I know that you attended a back to school night and complained about the accountability needed after what you saw. So since you brought it up, when is the district and this board going to take accountability for shortchanging their staff, the students, and this community? CACA does not control the hiring process, nor do we control the assignments given to our members, nor do we control the fact that supervisors are not regularly prioritizing the needs at sites. We agree there is a need for accountability, but that accountability needs to start with you. The need for 40+ custodians mentioned in the presentation from the district were mentioned in a meeting to CSA as being needed prior to COVID to meet cleaning standards before the pandemic. When you add the sanitizing and disinfecting that came because of the pandemic, you would have to add more people, more than the 40 that we already needed. Instead, you publicly shame current employees for calling off sick. I'm sorry, but we are not immune to COVID or the issues associated with it. I'm sorry that we get sick too. I'm sorry that we have to be out when identified through whichever protocol is used on any given day for contact tracing. I'm sorry that we have family members that we may need to take care of due to COVID too. So when you ask why the floor hasn't been vacuumed in 3 to 4 days, or question if all surfaces are being wiped down, first ask yourself, have we filled enough positions to make these things happen? Or better yet, ask yourself, have we not properly planned for this and are now failing because of it? Even better, I challenge you all to go to any site and walk through what cleaning a classroom looks like for our custodians. You're going to need more than 15 to 20 minutes though, but at least you'll have the answer to your questions and we'll have a clear picture of what accountability should look like. You always say, we are family, and talk about the Colton way. Well, I don't know about you, but my family is my family in public as well as in private. This is not the case here. As many meetings as we have had with the district, first time we hear of the board's concerns should not be when you are trying to save face in front of the community that you have failed because you did not and continue not to properly plan. Then you throw the blame on the backs of classified. Shame on you. And then I think it's my turn to leave with the quote of the day. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. As by Walt Disney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. And thank you, Ms. Miller, as well. We appreciate that. Our next item on the agenda is our MAC update. Do we have a MAC update? No MAC update today? All right, that takes us to ROP update. So Mr. Ibarra or Mrs. Haro?
Would you like to give the ROP update? We did have ROP last Wednesday, and we had a variety of different programs that were highlighted. One of the programs, though, that was a big highlighted program was one at Cone High School. Our computer graphics program run by a gentleman by the name of Mr. Wirtz. That particular program is probably very well known with many of our local colleges and universities for putting out quality students. And when I'm talking about quality students, I'm talking about students that are prepared for the next level in the computer graphics field. Some of the work that they demonstrated, what they showed us in their presentation was incredible. And what's been nice about it is that we've had this gentleman for almost 20 years here at Cone High School. So that means that many of our students have benefited very highly over all those years. So just congratulations to Mr. Wirtz and the program that he runs, and a lot of benefit to a lot of our students that participate in it. So they wanted to highlight that at the last board meeting they did, and very well deserved. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barr. Appreciate the update, as always. That takes us to our superintendent's communication. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Miranda. We can swap you out here with another microphone.
Okay, here we go. All right, thank you, Board President, board members, Executive Cabinet, and all those in the audience and online too. Tonight, I want to start out, first of all, just thanking the community and just in the comments that are made. Just want to state clearly that we are listening, so I appreciate that. I also want to thank our ACE President, Ms. Parachi, and just our collaboration, and also CSA President Louis Pacheco. So we are meeting on a regular basis, so I appreciate that. So the first thing I have on the next slide is, as I mentioned in board correspondence, I'd like to propose some dates to our board this evening to conduct a special board meeting. Executive Cabinet, myself, we'd like to get some direction from the board regarding the project that's being developed in the Bloomington area. So staff would like to prepare for that so we can discuss what the project entails. We know we've updated the board somewhat, but we need to get a little bit more into the project, and we specifically want to get into the possible mitigation measures along with presenting options in more detail. Again, well, I'll say this to the board, apologize for such a short notice on this. However, as mentioned, board correspondence, the project is time sensitive. So I'd like to get direction on that. So Board President, we have some dates.
We're looking for a special board meeting, essentially. And
that's correct.
We've got 3 dates that are presented there, September 28th, 29th, or 30th. Let me just throw out there, I'm actually traveling back east that week. I believe I fly back to California, I'll say early mid-afternoon on the 29th, but if possible, Thursday, the 30th would be better for me. That'll certainly make sure I'm here and available, but if need be, I could do Wednesday, the 29th, but I'll
I
throw
will,
that out. If
I will, this is Board Member Aro.
Usually our board meeting day anyway,
Can you hear me?
Thursday.
Hello?
And let's also want to check with board members Haro and Thornton Height as well.
Can you hear me?
Board President, you also proposed.
Hello. I will be at a training that week, so I will not be available any of those days. I leave on Monday and on Sunday and come back Friday. Hello?
Okay, I'll ask, Ms. Haro, if we're able to have a virtual option to participate, will you be able to participate virtually or on the phone?
I won't have phone or I won't have phone access.
We're going to run up into a time crunch, are we not? Then Dr. Miranda.
We are at this point.
And let's get Board Member Thornton O'Haight if we can too to chime in to see what her situation might be, if we can.
Actually, I'm available any night, any of those 3. I prefer Wednesday, but Dan, with your concern, I could do it on Thursday. That would be fine.
As anything after the month of September, we lose much of the ability to hold meetings virtually, if I'm not mistaken. But we may have an update to that. It may be extended. Okay. Okay, we'll have to confirm that. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot of other options. I certainly don't want to keep Board Member Haro from participating, but if I presume there will be other meetings and opportunities and we can provide her with an update.
That's correct. We will start providing next week some detailed updates as we prepare the materials.
I really don't want to miss this meeting
For all the board members, and
as it affects my area.
start coming in next week and show.
Oh, yes, please.
I really would prefer not to miss this meeting because it affects the area that I represent and the community is very vocal about it. So whatever we can do, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Comment here.
Sure.
Is there any way to meet next week, maybe the 23rd? Because I'd like to have Ms. Haro present.
I would.
I know it's quick.
Yeah,
but I think.
Mhm. And just to be honest with you, I think if we try to meet next week, it'd be pretty tough for staff to get prepared with all the documents. We have to meet with legal. We have to meet with the team here, the staff, to get everything ready. So we want to make sure you're prepared. However, do as directed to best meet the needs of the board. The week of the 4th through the 7th, I know we have a regular board meeting. Could that be a viable option? 4, 5, or 6?
I'm good for the 4th.
I don't know,
Well,
President, if that's pushing.
And and tell me at that juncture, if we have a board meeting already scheduled for the 7th, do we want to wrap it into the existing board meeting? Or are we looking to have a separate meeting, separate and apart?
I would recommend and suggest that it's a separate board meeting due to the length and time that I think we really need to spend a couple hours discussing the options with the board and get some clear direction. So we want to be thorough. And so,
Okay, so
Yeah.
we could look at the first week of October, first full week, I should say. So that's the week of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and then obviously we have a meeting on the 7th. Tuesdays are better for me than Monday and on Wednesdays, but again,
Tuesday's fine for me. Fifth?
the 5th, are folks looking? It's okay, Frank?
Tuesday the 5th?
Tuesday, does that work for you?
Fine,
Um,
February 3rd.
Can we check in with board members Haro and Thorian Ojeda to see if that might work?
Can you hear me? I could make it on Tuesday. That's the only day I could make it.
Can you hear me, Shane? I can do the 5th. I can do the 4th or the 5th, whichever works.
Mike, I have a couple of calendars. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, okay. Tuesday the 5th works. I think that works for everyone. So 5:30 start time. And we will go ahead and coordinate that special meeting, make the, send out the notices and do what we need to do then.
we will take care of it. In fact, that will work out just nice for the team and our staff. We're still waiting for the environmental impact report to come out. So it'll give us enough time to get that report and start planning for the special board meeting on October 5th at 5:30.
Okay.
All right. You got that, Rick and Owen? All right, good. All right, so thank you for that. Next slide, please. All right, so career technical education, I know several board members, Mr. Ibarra, Ms. Haro, Mr. Fuentes serve on the CRIROP board, and so I am just so proud of the work that's being done here by Ed Services team. Dr. Mooney, his leadership, Dr. Kayla Jimenez, outstanding work. Last week, Educational Services and Mr. Fuentes was there, conducted their annual career technical education meeting at the California University of Science and Medicine. And as the board knows, that property belonged to CJUSD, and now it's being used for medical purposes and medical students. And we were out there last week. So there was a big showcase for our CTE pathway programs. And at the meeting, our CTEP program showcased our great opportunities for students in the career technical education pathway programs that we have in CJUSD. I just tell you, it was so awesome to see current students speak and former students. Ms. Joyner Thorne Ojeda knows who I'm talking about, her grandson, Noah. And they showed their passion about their future careers in medicine, engineering, and so forth. So it was just great to hear about the different opportunities for internship programs in our career pathways. I want to take this opportunity to thank the dean there at CUSM for hosting the event and there at the university for allowing us to use that wonderful facility. The planning was amazing. It was inspiring, motivating, and I just was, my bucket was filled to see those students and where they're headed. So again, I just appreciate the efforts that's being put on by Ed Services. And so it's such a great event. So thank you for that. And then the last slide. Just want to note that last week, Executive Cabinet, myself, started doing site visits. And we were out there this week visiting Slover Mountain and also visiting Washington High School. I want to thank Executive Cabinet for going out there with me. And you know, sometimes when I was going to fall, they actually stood there and were going to help me there. And so it was, I'll tell you, just coming back last week in person and now being able to go out and be out there with students is truly rewarding for me and for Cabinet. Being away from students for such a long time. It was very inspirational again to be out at the school sites. And, we were out there visiting our new teachers, and we were seeing the engagement, seeing the classrooms, visiting with teachers, new teachers, and saying hello. It was great. I'll tell you a story. The new teachers, every classroom I walked into, the teachers knew who I was. They said, "Oh, it's really nice to meet you, Dr. Miranda. I watch your videos." I said, "Oh, wow, okay." So it was really nice. I want to thank the teachers for allowing us to be in their classrooms, to conversate with them at Slover and at Washington with the staff there. So our goal as an executive cabinet, and my goal is to be out there weekly to offer support at the administration and staff of both. I'll mention today I got a special honor privilege to be at Crestmore Elementary. I was there from 10:45 to about 1 o'clock. I was there because of our principal lunch program that Ed Services put together. I want to thank the students and staff there at Crestmore for the hospitality. It was great to be around students. It got me back to my why I do the work that I do. I was there for their lunch, for all the lunches, kindergarten through 6th grade. I got to visit with the nutrition service staff. It was amazing. People that I've worked for many years here in this district, to say hello. They asked me about my son. They said, how big is your son? I said, oh, he's grown up now. He's in high school. So just to visit with them, it was amazing. Take pictures of them. I posted them on Twitter, by the way. So if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see that. I especially want to thank Ms. Shelby, and she was here tonight. She didn't speak. She invited me into her classroom. I got an opportunity to talk to her for a little bit and her classroom. And those students were amazing. They asked me about my injury. I taught a little science, I taught a little biology, taught a little math, a little engineering, so I got too into it, but I missed the students. And I also got a chance to talk to our two custodians at Crestmore. So there's two there now, Ali and Dylan. Dylan is a brand new, he just started 3 days ago, and he has 3 kids. He just had a baby, so it was just great to talk to him and just to get to know the staff there. So I appreciate that. I will tell you, I did have to talk to a first grader, and we had a good conversation in the principal's office. And I did welcome back to class, and he did great after that. So that was pretty awesome too. It just took me back to my roots. So I appreciate the staff there. In fact, tomorrow, I just look forward to going out there to site visits with board members and visiting more sites. So you will see me out there more visible, constant out there. So I appreciate that, and I will keep reporting back to the board. So thank you again to the sites. Thank you again to staff for allowing me to be there and just spending some important time with staff and just talking to them. So with that, that is my communique this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Miranda. Go ahead and go into board member comments for this evening, and we will begin with our virtual members. So we'll start with board member Thorian Ojeda.
Thank you, President Flores. First, I'd like to start off with COVID, which we've heard about for almost 2 years now. I appreciate the numbers we've been getting in our board correspondence. It looks like we kind of go up and down. I'm wondering how many were super spreaders with family situations that were going on, because our numbers are okay, and then the following week they're way up. So it is, unfortunately, the virus is alive and well and making some people quite sick. And I'm worried about that within our classrooms, because as kids have come to school and all of a sudden children are getting it, which we thought would happen, we need to be very diligent, as we're trying to be, attempting to be, to do everything we possibly can to protect our children during the school day when they're with us. Which brings me to the health aid situation. Over the summer, Dr. Miranda, the spring, remember we went to visit Grand Terrace Elementary School, and we went into a classroom where there was a health aide. When a child comes to them not feeling well, if they suspect COVID, then there's a large classroom that the health aide is in, where that child can be kind of moved aside while they're being picked up, and they're not all concentrated in one very small area, which most health offices are. First of all, I'm wondering, is that what we're doing at each school? Are we able to do that at each school? So the health aide is kind of separate and can take care of personal information with families in the health office. And secondly, where they'd be able to maintain, again, I said the confidentiality, but also to protect children who are in there for maybe, bumping their toes or something for, non sickness issues, but need the health aid nevertheless. I understand from what we read in board correspondence that health aides have been given 2 additional hours each day, 4 days a week, to cover the additional workload. And I understand there's so much paperwork involved before it even gets to the nurse. And so I understand the need for that. And I'm wondering, it said it only goes till November 1st. I would imagine that we're going to make a decision at that point. My concern is something I think the board needs to think about, cabinet board, is from articles I'm reading, this pandemic is probably going to last for another year. We're going to have a surge in the winter and then one more spring. If that's the case, we can't keep doing the 4 hours, 4 days a week, 2 hours. We need to make a semi-permanent or a temporary permanent situation so that we have more consistency on our staff in that area, because we're maybe going to see another couple of big surges, and we want to make sure that once we get our personnel, we're able to keep them. I think that's something that we need to look at. And I would like an answer to the classrooms if we're still using them. My second item is thank you for your work on Terrace Hills Middle School grounds. I've been very concerned about the grounds since I've been a board member. At one point, there was barely any grass. Then we ended up having beautiful grass, and then we ended up putting in a parking lot, so we had no grass, and now we have some grass and brown and black. And but it's coming around. But my concern has always been the irrigation. We had an issue a couple of weeks ago where I was notified that there was a huge problem with water on a Saturday at a soccer field. And thank you, Rick, for going out. By that afternoon, there was none. But I read in our board correspondence that that issue was taken then to the city. They looked, there was a faulty, a leak on the city side, and that was taken care of. And we found a couple of small ones on ours. So thank you for getting to that. Maybe now we'll be able to work on our drainage and getting our sprinklers working and have a really nice grass area at that school. I'm really grateful for that because it's time. The third thing I want to talk about today is, Frank, I love your idea, having board meetings at the high schools a few times every year. When I was in a previous district, we had board meetings at one elementary school. It wasn't an elementary school, it was a kind of an admin building, but it's really nice because if you go to the school, it kind of reminds us, again, what Frank said, Dr. Miranda said earlier, reminds us of why we do what we do. And I think that would be really exciting. And then again, it would bring more people probably from the community to the schools to sit through a board meeting and know that to bring their concerns to us. And it just makes it a little more accessible to some people. And I like that idea. So I hope we can consider that. I meant to talk a few board meetings ago, I mentioned that at Terrace Hills Middle School, since the new parking lot is there, and I'm not sure if the need that I saw might be an issue has really come up, and I'd like to know if there's been any more discussion about a concrete divider or some kind of divider on Mount Vernon so that cars don't try to go in the exit, or that kids don't try to cross right there, because one day this week I was actually involved in that traffic, and it could be people don't drive very safely on Mount Vernon. I could foresee a student getting hurt if they are doing that. If they're not, that's great. But if they are, maybe we need to talk to the city about possibly having some kind of a boundary put in there so that nobody can get hurt. The last thing I want to talk about, and I saved it for last so I won't get emotional. Having been a principal of a school for so many years and listening to these teachers tonight really touched me. As they were talking, I kept envisioning teachers that I had working for me, feeling the way these people are feeling. I know we're taking steps to eradicate the problem they're having, but I just hope and pray that we can find something that will make it happen quicker, because one time I had fleas on my campus and we had a feral cat or 2 or 3 under the buildings, and we were able to get someone in there, find the cats, board up all the portables so they can't get underneath, get it sprayed. Maybe our infestation wasn't as great, but it was horrible for those few days that we had it. So my heart goes out to these people. We need to make sure that our kids are coming to a safe place, that our teachers can feel proud, because I know how hard they work each and every single. And to have them come and talk to us and then tell me that tell us that they feel that they're forgotten about or they have a bad reputation. Trust me, I don't believe that's true with any of us board members. So if you believe that, from the bottom of my heart, I don't feel that way, and I don't think any of us do. We truly are here because we care. Otherwise, why would we do this to? So I just want our employees to know that our management has guaranteed us that this is a priority and they're working on it. And we are on the phone diligently with them on a regular basis, even into the evenings, to try to get to the bottom of how we fix these problems. But we are working on it. And I appreciate the comments that were made tonight by our CSEA members. And we will look into all these concerns. I know Dr. Miranda will be following up with us and with you. So thank you very much. I know I kind of went on tonight, which is not like me, but I really feel that we needed to let you know that we do care and we are trying our best. COVID has been really horrible for all of us, and it's been exceptionally hard at our schools. And so stay with it. We'll get there and we'll do what we can to make it happen as fast as we possibly can. Thank you so much. And that's all I have to say. Good night.
Maureen Ojeda. Board Member Haro.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? You can hear me. Okay, thank you, Shane. Where do I begin? I think I will start with, I want to thank Ms. Miller for speaking this evening. Our nutrition services workers, work so hard. They have worked all summer long, providing meals all during COVID, the walk-up meals. They have done a phenomenal job. And, as a board member, I never knew that they were the lowest paid staff. And I'm embarrassed to say that, but I didn't know that. And I think it's something that we need to look at. They also talked about a shortage of staff. I'm starting to see a pattern, a shortage of staff in nutrition services and lowest paid. Well, of course, people don't want to come and work in our nutrition services department because they don't pay very well. They're going to go to a district that does. I'm happy to hear that we increased the amount for subs, so maybe we will get more subs. I know we're approving some tonight, and I'm hoping that will help us get more subs. Again, we have a shortage of health assistants. Again, they're 6-hour workers. We have openings right now, and nobody's taking them because They don't want to work at a job that's 6 hours. They don't want to work at a job that's not going to pay well. They want to provide for their families. And I think it's critical that we continue to look at these things. I know both our CSEA and our ACE contracts are up this, that we have to renegotiate the contracts. And we need to look at these things because this is a great district to work in. But we're not going to have people come here if we continue to pay lower than other districts. I want to say that when I send an email out and I ask for an answer, you know, I understand people are busy. I respect that, but when Google, you know, the good thing about Google is when you ask a question on email, it tells you in red below the email, 7 days ago, follow up with a question mark in red to remind you that you haven't gotten an answer. I have an email that I sent to HR 9 days ago, and it keeps changing every day, 8 days, today's 9 days, follow up in red. Again, I understand people are busy, but I don't think it should take 9 days to respond to a board member. Even if it's, you know what, I don't have an answer yet, I'll let you know. I think it's just common courtesy. I'd like to ask and see if this is something that we could do that's very easy. Yom Kippur began yesterday and ends this evening. We have we have quite a few staff who are Jewish. And I know, you know, you don't mix schools and religion, but it's something very simple. That when staff is requested to be at meetings, that they are not given a hard time when they have to, they have a religious belief, how they believe, and they have to not be at this meeting. I just think, you know, we talk about equity and equality, and there's also religious equity. And I think that we need to be respectful, not only of our students, but our staff. I tried to speak during the CRI-ROP, but I was having connection issues. And I just wanted to also congratulate Mr. Weirs at Colton High School. He's a phenomenal teacher. Visiting in that classroom, those kids they truly are. They are learning something that they can take after and do what they're learning, amazing things. I brought up at the CRI-ROP meeting that he's teaching them how to, not only with the printing, but Photoshop. There's college courses on Photoshop. It is a very difficult program to learn and to be and get certified on. These kids are way on their way, well on their way with such a wonderful teacher. And I also want to thank my fellow board members, Mr. Ibarra and Mr. Fuentes. We had our CRI-ROP superintendent evaluation, and we are truly blessed to have such an amazing superintendent leading the Colton Redlands Yucaipa ROP. And the last thing I want to bring up is tonight, listening to the 4 courageous teachers who came and spoke on behalf of the rest of the teachers that were there, as well as the entire staff at Crestmore. As a board member, I became a board member, 12 years ago, to try to make a difference for the students and the staff in this district. And to hear the things these teachers were talking about, and having visited not only Crestmore, but other sites, maybe not with as many issues, but issues nonetheless. Lewis, still air conditioners are out. Sycamore Hills, spiders biting teachers and kids. Terrace View, spiders biting kids. But listening to these teachers, it breaks my heart to see that as a district, we still, 7 weeks into school, have not fixed the problems at this site. I've had multiple visits there. And to see what these teachers are going through, how can we say CJUSD cares? How can we say that? Whatever we need to do to mitigate these problems and let these teachers teach these children and not worry about getting bitten by a spider in the admin office, or teachers getting bitten on the, eaten alive on the legs, or any of kids getting spiders crawling on them when they're on the kindergarten mat. We need to do it. That's what we're elected here for. We have to make sure we take care of these teachers and these kids. It is our duty to hold our district office and staff accountable. And we need to pay whatever it is to get this done. If we have to use outside companies or whatever it is, we need to do it. We need to do it consistently until we get the problem done. It wasn't easy for that group of teachers to come and speak. I know these teachers. I see them on my visits. I talk to them. They are phenomenal teachers. But even phenomenal teachers have a breaking point. My quote this evening is by American psychologist Carl Rogers. And it's very timely for this meeting. We think we listen, but very rarely do we listen with real understanding, true empathy. Yet listening of this very special kind is one of the most potent forces for change that I know. This district office and this Board of Education needs to listen. They need to listen to the cries of our principals, of our staff, our parents, and most importantly, those little children that we are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Next is Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Dan. I have to go way back before I've recall having a number of teachers come in like they did today. And over the 25 years that I've been a board member, it's been not something that I'm proud of, that we have these teachers come in with these particular problems. At Crestmore, I think we all share those concerns. And I think that what's happening there is it's factual, because they're coming and they're telling us, they're showing us, I'm getting emails on a regular basis of, and not only Crestmore, but throughout the district, of what's not being done. You know, we hear those concerns. We talk about the concerns. And listening to Mrs. Haro, I think that we also, now are ready to see things actually get done. These concerns need to be addressed. It's not acceptable. And I think that we're at a point in this time now that if they don't get addressed, then we're going to have to take action as a board. Because this should not be happening at all. Now, I know it's unusual, but as we sit up here, we do have a responsibility to our community, to our students, to our teachers, and to the district as leaders of this district. And the concerns are very, let me put it this way. I could tell, if nobody else can see this, that it wasn't easy for these teachers to come forth. It was a very hard task for them to do that. Now, for the last few weeks, we've been hearing, we're going to take care of it. We're going to take care of it. I remember a time when I heard we're going to take care of it, it got taken care of. We as a board rely on what we hear from our administrators. But when it gets to a point where we have to go personally to go look to see what's going on, I think that should raise an alarm to each and every one of us here. So I think enough has been said about this. What I'm looking for is action. And I think that that's what the community, the students, the teachers are looking for. Because once again, it takes a lot of courage to come up in front of the superintendent, the Board of Education. It's not easy for anybody to come up and say complaints like this, particularly if you work for this entity. But when they do that, there's a legitimate problem, and they're asking for us to solve it. Now, one of the things that personally I don't want to hear is, I don't want to hear them come back. Not that I don't want them to not come back, but not under these circumstances. And I don't think any one of the board members want that either. So with that being said, we charge our superintendent to make sure that it gets taken care of. Not for us, not for you, but for our students, our children, the community of that area. The other thing I want to bring up is, or I want to thank Mrs. Miller for bringing it up to our attention. The nutrition services. I think that we really need to take a look at what we can do to up their salary. Right now, a lot of people are getting $15 an hour. I'll give you an example. Owen did a wonderful job in presenting today our multi-purpose room. One of the things in the multi-purpose room is we're going to be able to offer culinary cooking, arts. Now, that being said, what if some of our students inspire to want to work for our district cooking for our students? Well, if you didn't do it, I know I did. When I was young, I used to look at the pay. Yeah, I could see heads go up and down. They're going to look at the pay. And if we're not up to paying what we should be paying, they're not going to stay. They're going to move on. I know this is difficult times. You know, we just had our unaudited reports. I know that all that, but we need to take a look at securing the individuals that provide nutrition to our students. Because one of the things, I mean, we all have had students. And what do we talk about first thing in the morning? Have a good breakfast so they could be prepared to learn. So I would like to see, and I'm hopefully the rest of the board would agree with me, that Mr. Miranda, take a look at to see what we can do for these nutrition service workers. Because I think they are valuable. I'm not going to say I think, I know they are. I know a lot of them personally. But nobody ever complained to me about making so less money. I wish they would have. So I want to thank you for bringing it to our attention. You know, one of the fallacies of being a board member is that people think we know everything that's going on everywhere. And that's not true. How I get to know things, because I can't be everywhere, is because of people who bring information to us. And then we verify it. So I just want to say thank you with that. On a more lighter side, once again, over the many years that I've been on the board, one of the fortunate things that we've been able to do is we have Cone Redlands Yucaipa ROP attached to our district. And what I'm hoping to do, Dr. Miranda, is that when you meet with the other two superintendents and Superintendent Zerpoli from CRIROP, I would love to be able to advertise that we offer CRIROP classes here at our 3 high schools. I see our high schools pulling up seals up there, really impressive. But one of the things that have impressed me over the years is the fact that many of our students who have gone through CRIROP have been very successful in the careers they've chosen, whether it's medical, engineering, graphics, you name it, transportation. And guess what? They come from here. They come from the efforts that we put to work together with CRIROP so that we could have those particular electives available. And not only that, we've had some people work on making the grade point A through G requirements so that they could be eligible for college credits. So we've put a lot of work in working together with CRIROP. So I think that in discussion, and I've already talked with this with Superintendent Zerpoli, I think that we should advertise, let people know, let parents know, hey, not only do we offer the curriculum we do here in our 3 high schools, we also offer career technical education as well. So something that I really would like to see you work toward. And last thing I also want to just talk about, last Saturday, I want to give congratulations and kudos to a lot of people. Cone High School, the Swarm, cross country event, 30 teams, over 825 student athletes. CIF categorized that as a large invitational for the first time at Cone High School. That was categorized as a large invitational. I want to thank security. I want to thank administration. I want to thank the coaches that put that swarm together. I went in the morning. It was well attended and it was very exciting. I hadn't been to one of those in years since I was in college. And the course was mapped out really well. And it's just great job to those who put that together. So just wanted to add that as well. And I think that's all I have for today, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Next is Board Member Adegui.
Okay. Crestmore teachers that were here tonight, and every teacher in our district that has walked into a classroom in the morning and has to teach in a filthy classroom. I am so sorry that you have not been treated like the professionals that you are. What we have here is an urgent matter. And honestly, it was an urgent matter 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And to have it come to this point is not okay. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I used the words, we need to take drastic measures to get this resolved. I mean, it's not our job to say what the drastic measures is. I mean, I don't know. Does it mean closing the school down and moving the kids to another school? I don't know. But it is urgent and we have to take drastic measures at this point. Please. Okay. Kellyanne, thank you for coming today. Like my colleague said, I had no idea. And I know they've already said, and I know staff is going to be looking into this. So thank you for coming. And Louis, thank you for being here today and voicing your concerns. And Christina also for sharing with us. I encourage our union leaders to step up and speak up and talk. There's a lot of concerns out there, a lot of concerns. And there's concerns, but I'm encouraged by the conversations and talking. I would be very, very concerned if our conversation stopped. Then it would be really a very sad day in Colton. So please, I encourage Louis and Christina to keep talking to us, talking to cabinet, talking to us, and keep the conversations going so that we are all looking for solutions together. Thank you for being here today. With the presentation from Assistant Superintendent Jensen and Director Sarabia, I had a question. I had a question about the ESSER funds, and yes, thank you for answering my questions. With all these concerns and huge issues that we have currently in our district, is there a way that we can look and see how these ESSER funds are being spent in what areas? They should be being spent in the areas that we have that surface today. So if it's possible, if we can have a breakdown or an idea, more of an idea of how these ESSER funds, and we're talking ESSER 1, 2, and 3, we're talking over $60 million. I would like to see, get just a glimpse of how these funds are being spent or allocated. Okay. Yes, yeah, just specifically those. So. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Arguin. Next is Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. I think all of my colleagues have said it. And I just want to thank each and every one of the teachers that was present from Crestmore this evening. I know it wasn't easy to come up and share your concerns and your thoughts. And I really appreciate that. And, you know, this is my 4th year as a board member, and I've gotten to learn. I've been an involved parent in Colton for 13 years. And I still have one in the district. He's a sophomore. But it concerns me, you know, like everyone else. And I'm not going to add more to it. I'm just going to say, you guys need to know, you guys know what needs to be done. We're listening. We're listening. And I just want to thank Ms. Miller also for being here. You know, we didn't know. We did not know. And I greatly appreciate you coming in and sharing also. And we are listening. Louis, thank you. I know it's not easy being a leader and having your team come up to you and say, hey, what's going on? And I appreciate your input. I appreciate your comments. And we're going to take them to heart. Well, I am. I know my colleagues are too. So I appreciate you coming in this evening. Ms. Barachi, I know you're here every board meeting and you share, but you know something, I appreciate you very much. When you and I sit down, we talk, you know where my heart's at. You know very much where my heart is at. And I appreciate you very, very much. I also want to acknowledge the gentleman that was here. I forgot his name. That was wiping down our podium every time somebody would come up and speak. And I want to just thank him for being out here this evening and doing that. Last week, we had a young lady that was out here doing this also, and I appreciate them for that, for coming out, taking the time from their schedule, probably from a team that had to do something this evening. But you know something? We're listening. My colleagues are, I am, Superintendent, Cabinet's listening, and we're hoping to do things. And we want to do things. We want to make a difference. My colleague, Ms. Haro, said, you know, this is a great district to work in, and it is. And we're going to make a difference. We're going to work together. We're going to try to make it happen for everybody. I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate Ms. Lisa Villa for coming in. She's been at every single board meeting. Public comment. She's commented. Thank you, Ms. Villa, for coming out and sharing your comments too. We appreciate it. Because without the comments, like Mr. Ibarra said, sometimes we're the last ones to know what's going on unless a public comment or somebody out in the field, when we go out and visit our communities, tells us, hey, Mr. Fuentes or Mr. Ibarra or Mrs. Haro or Ms. Joanna Ojeda or Ms. Adeguin or Mrs. Sandoval or Mr. Flores, you know, this is what's going on. So I greatly appreciate when anyone comes up in here into our board meetings and shares their concerns. You know, I'm a parent, just like in the district, and some of my colleagues were parents or still have grandchildren in the district and have kids in the district. And we are concerned too. You know, we don't just say we're listening because we know. You know, my daughter goes to Bloomington High School. She loves the food. You know, she loves the food. You know, and she likes the way things are going on. My daughter that graduated last year, because of the pandemic, wasn't able to work in the kitchen. She was hired to work at Bloomington High School, the cafeteria there. But because of the pandemic, she didn't get an opportunity to do that. But you know something? I know that we're going to make a difference. We're going to make a difference for everybody. Moving on. I think my colleagues have shared the CTE, Career Technical Education, the day we were out there with Dr. Miranda. I also appreciate Mr. Soldman, who also leads the CTE program there. for all his diligence and work. All the students, I had the opportunity to speak to the students. We had some seniors that were in the culinary, and they're excited for the new culinary building that's coming soon to Colton High School. And they're seniors, and they're moving on, but, you know, I told them, you guys need to come back. You guys are gonna get the opportunity to cook in that kitchen too, you know? So I got to see some of our medical students, some of our engineering, some of our ironworks and all that. So it's exciting. It was exciting. Each and these students were told 5 minutes prior that they were gonna share. And they were able to go up there and share about their pathway, which was very impressive what they did. I was very excited to see that. I'm excited to see the building. I was talking to Dr. Mooney earlier that I love for us to get a tour of the building. It's a phenomenal building. It's a great building. Man, the room we were in, man, technology city in that one room we were sitting in. Comfortable seats too. So I greatly appreciate everything that's going on with our CRIROP and our CTE. And I'm with Mr. Ibarra on acknowledging that we are CRIROP and CTE school district. I'd like to even see a sign out at the high schools. So when people drive by, say, we are a CRIROP technical education school. Something that acknowledges that we are part of that. That's going to go a long way. It's going to go a long way, letting people know that we do have those opportunities for our students, even when they're still in high school, and even after high school. So I think that's a great opportunity to do that. You know, my colleague, Ms. Haro, Mr. Ibarra, and myself, I'm an alternate for the CRIROP board. And I'm the vice president for the foundation with Mr. Ibarra being the president for the foundation. He and I are the scholarship guys. I call ourselves the scholarship guys for the CRIROP Foundation. So it's exciting. It's exciting to see this and many things to come, many things to come. Also, wanted to share that last week, Mr. Jensen, Ms. Castañeda, myself were out doing site visits. And it was exciting to go out there and talk to the school principals to see what things were needed. You know, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon again. We know what's going on. We were able to talk to some of our evening janitorial staff and thank them. You know, we know it's hard. We know that. Like I said, I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon anymore because we know what needs to be done. But I want to thank Mr. Jensen, Mrs. Castañeda, for coming out and doing those site visits. And we had that opportunity. And I think tomorrow we're going to be going out again in the morning, and we're going to go out there and do some site visits. And it's awesome. It's awesome to go out there, say hi to the teachers, the students, at the admin staff, all of that. I think it's a great opportunity when we have the time to do that. I know our schedules are busy, but you know, we're going to make time to do that. One other thing is I'd like to see on the dual immersion, the needs assessment, what the process is, how we're going with that. Dual immersion did share that a couple months ago on the needs assessment, and I'd like to see what the process is and how we, you know, what items are being looked at and what we're doing with that. I know during the DLAC meeting, something was shared. I think Tina's working with Alejandra La Torre and Mr. Diaz on the needs assessment, but I'd like to see what's going on, the process of the needs assessments for our DLAC parents. And I'm going to close with this. And I talked about it last week also. The traffic when we pick up our children. And I'm not going to talk more about the double parking and all of that. I've been approached by some of our businesses that are around some of our schools. Some of our parents are parking in the parking lots of some of these businesses, and it's fine. Business owners are okay with it. So that their child can walk over to the business and they get picked up in a safe location. They're fine with it. The only problem that's happening is a lot of times they're blocking the driveways, the entrance to their businesses, the access to their businesses. They're parked in the red zones where it says no parking. Parents, please, I ask, if the business owner asks you to move to another location, they're not telling you not to park there. Please don't block those areas. those are access because their businesses are still open. And, and they still got customers coming in and out. And they're giving you the opportunity to park there so that when your child walks over to that location, wherever you park, there's many some of the businesses around our schools. But please, if the business owner comes up to you, please be diligent and just move to the next location or move to the next parking lot or something. Because it's not fair to them. They're trying to help you too. A lot of times there's businesses that say customer parking only. But because they know that they know that you want to pick up your child in a safe location, they're good with it. But when you're blocking their driveway, their entrances, their exits, or you're parked in the no parking area or in the red zone or right in front of the order location, where people are coming in and out, it's not fair. It's not fair. So please, let's be diligent with them. Let's work with our business owners because a lot of them support our schools, donations, and they support our PTAs or school site councils, ASBs, link crews, you name it, and we want to work with them too. So please be diligent. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Board President.
Certainly. Thank you, Board Member Fuentes. Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to say thank you for everyone that coming out here. Thanks to you guys, we hear your comments. We're able to hear what you guys need for us to know. So I really appreciate everybody coming here. I think, I believe, we don't want those temporary patches either. We also want to see action. So thanks for the teachers that's coming out, nutrition service, everyone who comes out to us and tell us their concerns. We're able to hear you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will do my best to be brief. Didn't have anything planned, but I do feel compelled to say some things, quite honestly. And like many of you, I've been up since about 5 this morning and worked a full day. So I'm gonna simply be candid and lay it out there. Some observations and comments. And this is perhaps taking somewhat board president privilege here. First off, if you go into a situation looking for problems, I guarantee you will find them. You can walk onto any school campus, any office, this building alone, with a list, a piece of paper, and point out every problem that you see. You can do it at my office, quite frankly, where I have food service workers providing 300 lunches to the homeless. And trust me, it's not always perfect and clean, and trash isn't always picked up right away. There are challenges in every workplace right now. All of us that are out there working, I can tell you, filling positions is extremely difficult right now, particularly at those entry-level wages. It is. Having not only the staffing that's required, but getting resources, contractors, vendors, equipment. We're waiting on equipment for months that used to come in days or weeks. So there are real challenges out there. So I assure you, some of what we're facing, we're not alone in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't keep trying. My concern is we talk a lot about accountability, but we're talking about it in the sense of holding other people accountable, pointing fingers. So-and-so didn't do the job. That's not how I approach things as a leader, as a manager, somebody who runs an organization. I'm going to talk about accountability. I talk about it starting with myself. If I expect an employee to do a job and do it well, I ask, well, Dan, did you give that employee clear direction? Did you give him or her the resources and tools that they need? Do they have the team and support that they need to do it? Because if I did not do my job in providing those things and the job doesn't get done, then shame on me. Shame on me for not providing the resources as the leader that my team members need to get the job done. And we've heard from a lot of folks today, and we've heard in the start of the school year, which has been really difficult, by the way. You can see it on the face of teachers. I've seen my kid's first grade teacher, and I thought she looked like she just went through the entire year in the first 7 weeks. This has been an incredibly difficult year, and I'd say it's been more challenging than going through the actual pandemic of distance learning in some ways, because we're trying to get caught up, and we are literally running into problems left and right and challenges. So it's been an incredibly difficult year. But I feel like we need to get out of this mode of going around and looking just for the problems and then pointing fingers at one another. And I refuse to do it. I will not blame a staff member. I will not blame a division. I will not blame a team. I will not blame a union, quite frankly. I won't do it because the challenges that we're facing, number one, we're all facing together. And the only way we're not the only ones facing them. And the only way we're going to get through it is by having that same attitude. Remember when this all started and we kept saying we're in this together? Well, what happened to that attitude? What happened to rolling up our sleeves and jumping in and helping one another and finding solutions? And yes, as board members, it includes us. We should be solution oriented. We should be providing positive feedback, asking for information, but ultimately encouraging staff to bring options and solutions back to us that we can give direction on and say, let's do it, whatever that might look like, because we are part of this process and we are part of the solutions. And I want to see things get fixed. I want things to get better so we can go back to talking about things like academic performance and rigor in the classroom and why certain students are continuing to fall behind and why others aren't succeeding. And what do we want the future of this district to look like for every student that comes through our classrooms? So it's easy to get stuck in the weeds. It is easy to focus on the problems. It's easy to make those lists and say, why isn't all this getting done right now at the same time? What's difficult is to focus on solutions and ultimately providing those resources so our staff, and we have good staff, can do their job. So I felt compelled to share that because I do think, even as a board, we're starting to dive into those checklists of I drove by this campus and that campus and I went into that room and that room, and we care, of course we care, and those things have to get done. But if we end up living and staying too long in that space, we'll never get back to the point, as Ms. Parachi pointed out, where we're talking about the big picture goals that we have for this district. And that's where we need to be. So yes, let's get these things fixed and let's do it together. All right. I'm not going to throw anything on your shoulder, Frank, that I wouldn't be willing to do as well. I think we all feel that way. And we all have a role to play. But I hope let's get past the point where we're pointing fingers and talking about holding everybody else accountable. And let's just talk about finding ways to solve this problem. Because again, you can whip that horse and maybe he'll run faster, and you can whip him harder and maybe he'll run a little faster, but at some point that horse is going to stop running altogether. Let's not continue to levy these kinds of negative finger pointing and attitude, quite frankly, towards each other. We are a family, and yes, we care. We need to get back to that, and we have to focus on those things. So I'll end with that. And I believe in this district. I grew up in this district. I graduated from this district. I don't have to live here. I don't. I could work probably anywhere in this country. I choose to live in this community because I love this community, because my children, I want to raise them with their grandparents and their cousins. I believe in this community, and I stayed for a reason. So I know at the end of the day, we are a family and we do care as a community. So I hope we get back to that. I know we can. And with that, I'll conclude my comments and we will go ahead and jump into closed session.
I'm trying to close my X. I'll just close a little tab. It doesn't seem to be closing.
See you later. I wish I was bought it then. I am. I'm a $6.
I can hear you, Joanne.
I can hear you, Shane.
Shane? Can anybody else hear us? Just you? I got new tires. Remember that day you told me I needed new tires? Yeah. Yeah. And well, Bernie and I had been talking about that, and I said, "Hey, someone else noticed something. You better get those tires." So now I have tires, good tires on my car, and my scooter lift is down, so I still can't go anywhere.
Okay, we have everyone online and we are back in chamber, so we will reopen the open session here of our board meeting. We have some readout items from closed session from Ms. Medina and the public, anyone listening. Item 11.1, which is our personnel public employee appointment item, on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Haro. The board approved the following appointments: 4 certificated regular staff, 1 certificated coach, 2 classified coaches, 3 volunteer coaches, and 7 volunteers. And that was a 7-0 vote, unanimous. Item 11.2, and these are, again, personnel public employee appointments. 11.2, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Haro and seconded by Board Member Fuentes. And on a 7-0 unanimous vote, Michelle Lopez was appointed assistant principal at Bernie Elementary. Alice Bernie. All right, the next item, 11.3. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Haro, and again on a 7-0 unanimous vote, Eduardo Martinez was appointed assistant principal at Grimes Elementary. And item 11.4, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Adegui and seconded by Board Member Haro, and again on a 7-0 unanimous vote, Anna Mae Smith was appointed assistant principal at Harupa Vista Elementary. And that is all that we have to read out for tonight. So I want to thank the board and thank everybody for hanging late, and we are adjourned. Yay.
I